Iboge nara vendera o.
Iboge. Iboge o.
Imaboge boge.
Maboge.
O twineme boge boge.
Maboge o.
Ije o twineme boge boge.
Maboge.
Kele kele oge magage omako.
Maboge o.
Awoto e magi sete gboyo.
Maboge.
Eti o sanera o to magi sete gboyo.
Maboge o. Maboge boge. Maboge.
Wagedo edonu samo oye me o.
Wagedo edonu samo.
Wagedo edonu samo oye me o.
Wagedo edonu samo.
Wagedo agasogedo
Edoti
oye me o.
Wagedo edonu samo.
Wagedo edogasogo ma.
Edoti
oye me o.
Wagedo edonu samo.
Wagedo imami ewo pa ni
Nikaya
keto oye me o.
Wagedo edonu samo.
Edonu samo.
Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo. Edonu samo.
Ọbara tó pé.
Ise. Edo isi àgbọn. Edo me o edo isi àgbọn. Edo isi àgbọn wele ni ka o ka e. Ile ka yasudo imami ewo na ya gedo. Ile ka yasudo iwe do mo isi àgbọn. Edo isi àgbọn. Edo me o edo isi àgbọn. Edo isi àgbọn wele ni ka o ka e. Ile ka yasudo imami ewo na ya gedo. Ile ka yasudo iwe do mo isi àgbọn. Ile kaya sudo.
Iwe to mo isi àgbọn.
Ile kaya sudo. Iwe to mo isi àgbọn. Ile kaya sudo.
Iwe to mo isi àgbọn. Ile kaya sudo. Iwe to mo isi àgbọn.
Edo ni mo ṣe. Edo ni mo ṣe. Edo ni mo ṣe mẹ́. Edo ni mo ṣe mẹ́.
Edo ni mo ṣe.
Edo náà bá ṣe.
Edo ni mo ṣe.
Edo ni mo tàn yé.
Edo ni mo ṣe.
Ara sọ̀rọ̀ do.
Edo ni mo ṣe.
Edo ra sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́.
Edo ni mo ṣe.
Edo mọ́ ọ̀dín.
Edo ni mo ṣe.
Ẹgbẹ́do kíèkì.
Edo ni mo ṣe.
Edo. Edo ni mo ṣe. Edo náà bá ṣe. Wá gẹ̀ tó ra ṣe rìnà ṣe nẹ́tẹ̀. Wá gẹ̀ tó ra ṣe rìnà ṣe nẹ́tẹ̀. Ibi Edo mi ni mo ṣe. Oro ọ̀nà fanẹ́rì wẹ̀. Igogo ọkụkụ n'ifie. Ibi Edo ma o.
Ibi Edo mi ni mo ṣe.
Oko oro ọ̀nà fanẹ́rì wẹ̀. Ikoro kuku nivye. Eni boku isi kande kwiga wa. Ogo pa ya ki eni boku. Egi bia bo manori ona wa e. Ibia bo me o.
Ibia to me ni mose.
Oko.
O anafo aneri we.
Ikoro kuku nivye. Ikoro kuku nivye. Ibia to me o.
Ikoro akuku nivye.
Ibia bo ma.
Ikoro akuku nivye.
Ikoro kuku nivye. Eso bi maga kuku negyan o.
Ikoro akuku nivye.
Ibia bo ma o.
Ikoro akuku nivye.
Ibia bo ma. Ikoro kuku nivye. Ije beni jeje. Ije beni jeje. Irame we me somo. Ije me we me somo. Edo magu me somo. Awi me sike oba. Atayi ya ikia imyo. Beni jeje. Ije beni jeje. Jeje, irame we me somo, ije me we me somo, edo magu me somo, awi me sike oba, ataire ikia ibio, beni jeje. Oba otion no yato e.
Ọba ọ̀dìọ̀ ò náà yàtọ̀
Oba otion no yato e.
Ọba ọ̀dìọ̀ ò náà yàtọ̀
Oba otion o, oba maga talk pe ise. Oba otion o.
náà yàtọ̀
Ọba ọdún o, àyíká ó ṣẹ̀dó.
Ọba ọ̀dìọ̀ ò náà yàtọ̀
Ọba ọdún náà yàtọ̀ o.
Ọba ọ̀dìọ̀ ò náà yàtọ̀
Ọba ọdún náà yàtọ̀
Ọba ọ̀dìọ̀ ò náà yàtọ̀
Ẹ̀dọ́nù wa, ìbí ẹ̀tọ́ mẹ́nu sọ́mọ mẹ́ o.
Ẹ̀dọ́nù wa.
Ìbí ẹ̀tọ́ mẹ́nu sọ́mọ mẹ́.
Ẹ̀dọ́nù wa o.
Ìbí ẹ̀tọ́ mẹ́nu sọ́mọ mẹ́ o.
Ẹ̀dọ́nù wa.
Wàlá wà gára sí rí ọpá.
Ẹ̀dọ́nù wa o.
Àkùgbọ̀ ètè wa ní gbọ́ sí uté mẹ́.
Ẹ̀dọ́nù wa.
Uta sí mẹ́ ní bàbá.
Ẹ̀dọ́nù wa o.
Àti bàbá máa dọ́lẹ́ bó máa ṣí.
Ẹ̀dọ́nù wa.
Ewo, wà gára wẹ́ mi pé o.
Ẹ̀dọ́nù wa o.
Ẹ̀bù máa wà gára wẹ́ mi pé.
Ẹ̀dọ́nù wa.
Ewo, wà gára wẹ́ mi pé o.
Ẹ̀dọ́nù wa o.
Èkó wà gára wẹ́ mi pé.
Ẹ̀dọ́nù wa. Ẹ̀tọ́ ẹ̀ nana bíẹ̀ mẹ́ra mẹ́ o. Ẹ̀tọ́ ẹ̀ nana bíẹ̀ mẹ́ yé mẹ́ o. Èmi rọ́pá mágìwù mẹ́ra mẹ́ o. Èmi rọ́pá mágìwù mẹ́ yé mẹ́ o. Oye àsùnwàkàyè. Ẹ̀tọ́ ẹ̀ nana bíẹ̀ mẹ́ra mẹ́ o. Ẹ̀tọ́ ẹ̀ nana bíẹ̀ mẹ́ yé mẹ́ o. Èmi rọ́pá mágìwù mẹ́ra mẹ́ o. Èmi rọ́pá mágìwù mẹ́ yé mẹ́ o. Oye àsùnwàkàyè. Orí amẹ, lóbi òfòrò amẹ, ìràwẹ̀tò, ìgbẹ̀wẹ̀tò, wọ́n tó náà tó gọ̀rì ọ̀bẹ miẹ̀wù kéèpé, wọ́n tó náà tó gọ̀rì ọ̀bẹ miẹ̀wù kéèpé. Orí amẹ, lóbi òfòrò amẹ, ìràwẹ̀tò, ìgbẹ̀wẹ̀tò, wọ́n tó náà tó gọ̀rì ọ̀bẹ miẹ̀wù kéèpé, wọ́n tó náà tó gọ̀rì ọ̀bẹ miẹ̀wù kéèpé. Orí amẹ, lóbi òfòrò amẹ. Ìràwẹ̀tò, ìgbẹ̀wẹ̀tò, wọ́n tó náà tó gọ̀rì ọ̀bẹ miẹ̀wù kéèpé, wọ́n tó náà tó gọ̀rì ọ̀bẹ miẹ̀wù kéèpé.
Oyin mi amẹ,
Lóbi òfòrò amẹ, ìràwẹ̀tò.
ukekbe. Wadona to varia ve mia ukekbe.
Wadona to varia ve mia ukekbe wa mage o.
Wadona to varia ve mia ukekbe.
Wadona to varia ve mia ukekbe wa magota o.
Wadona to varia ve mia ukekbe.
Wadona to varia ve mia ukekbe wa mage o.
Wadona to varia ve mia ukekbe.
Igi bale gbe o egbe bali ki awo ki yen o oko.
Igi bale gbe o egbe bali ki awo ki yen o
Igi bale gbe o egbe bali ki awo ki yen o oko.
Igi bale gbe o egbe bali ki awo ki yen o
egbe bali ki awo ki yen wa magota.
Egbe bali ki awo ki yen o
egbe bali ki awo ki yen wa magena.
Egbe bali ki awo ki yen o
Puke puke na mieve ma o.
Puke puke
Na mieve ma o.
Puke puke
Na mieve ma o. Na mieve ma o. Na mieve ma o.
Puke
Na mieve ma o.
puke
Na mieve ma o.
puke
Na mieve ma o.
puke puke
Na mieve ma o. Na mieve ma o. Na mieve ma o.
puke puke
Ukyo baneta. Demi nigari enu kige no baneta. Baneta gbe ukyo.
Ukyo baneta.
Demi nigari enu kige no baneta o.
Baneta gbe.
Ukyo baneta. Demi nigari enu kige no baneta o. Baneta gbe ukyo.
Ukyo baneta.
Demi nigari enu kige no baneta o.
Baneta gbe.
Demi nigari enu kige no baneta o. Biavo be o.
Baneta gbe.
Demi nigari enu kige no baneta o.
Baneta gbe.
Demi nigari enu kige no baneta o. Biavo be o.
Baneta gbe.
Demi nigari enu kige no baneta o. Baneta gbe. Ilago dokiyeto tene buge ilaboda. Ilabodo kiyato tene buge ilaboda kiyato tuwe no ma o. Kiyato tene buge kiyato tuwe no ma o. Ilaboda kiyato tene buge ilaboda no aya.
Ilaboda
Kiyato tene buge ilaboda no aya.
Ilaboda kiyato tene buge.
Asoboye gbe owa lege 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 owa lege 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 iye na meme ni ye me o. Iye no meme ni ye me. E mama gabe ga logo o. Inera gavaria be. Iye no meme ni ye me o. Iye no meme ni ye me. Mama gabe ga logo inera gavaria be.
Olabuge gbe mama.
Olabuge gbe mama. Olabuge gbe mama. Olabuge gbe mama. Olabuge gbe mama. Olabuge gbe mama. Olabuge Olabuge gbe mama. Olabuge Olabuge gbe mama. Olabuge Ayoto, Taco Biamo, Ayoto.
Ayoto,
Taco Biamo, Ayoto.
Taco Biamo.
Ayoto, Taco Biamo, Ayoto.
Ọmọ
Nariama, Akbitayomo, Agibiomo Deveki. Boviveme, Iwukunu Oye. Nugariame, Iwaro Tebie. Obonaya Bovioma, Asia Kagbe. Ukpiyo Koko, Egibovie.
ọmọ rẹ̀ gíjẹ̀ mí ní ọ̀rẹ́ o òsáké mọ́ kanúnú mẹ́ o ìṣẹ́ o.
Ayoto, Etako Biamo, Ayoto.
ọyọ́
Ayoto, Etako Biamo, Ayoto.
òsàyúwárẹ̀
Osayuware, Osayuware, Wanefo.
òsàyúwárẹ̀ láyé kìbí ẹ̀tọ́ mẹ́ ọ̀nà mọ́.
Osayuware, Wanefo.
Uwano sayare etale la masota wa mage.
Osayuware, Wanefo.
Uwano sayare eta suwa wa mage me.
Osayuware, Wanefo.
Ala tuna. Ala.
Ala tuna.
Tuna tuna.
Ala tuna.
Iye kie meje me o.
Ala tuna.
Iye ranyani.
Ala tuna.
Ago siti
Boigbo.
boigbo.
Ala tuna.
Ago tae muege.
Ala tuna.
Ago tae muege.
Ala tuna.
Ala.
Ala tuna.
Iye kie
Meje me o. Ala tuna.
Ye ketion ami o. Ariwe na mi etion yo. Agwa o eh.
Ye ketion mi. Ayiwe na mi etion yo.
Ye ketion ami o.
Ayiwe na mi etion yo.
Agwa o eh.
Ye ketion mi o. Ayiwe na mi etion yo. Awa o.
Doigo no kyoto, oigo no kyoto.
Doigo no kyoto.
Oigo no kyoto.
Doigo no kyoto.
Oigo no kyoto.
Doigo no kyoto.
No kyoto.
Doigo no kyoto.
Oigo no kyoto.
Doigo no kyoto.
Oigo no kyoto.
Doigo no kyoto.
No kyoto.
Doigo no kyoto.
Oigo no kyoto.
Doigo no kyoto.
Oigo no kyoto.
Doigo no kyoto.
No kyoto.
Doigo no kyoto. Ama odoge.
Otwine mesukiene.
Ama odoge, odoge, doge, doge, ama odoge.
Ama odoge.
Doge, 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 ama odoge.
Otwine mesukiene.
Ama odoge, odoge, doge, doge, ama odoge.
Ama odoge. Edoge.
Ama odoge.
Edoge o.
Ama odoge.
Ibieto mesukiene.
Ama odoge.
Otwine mesukiene.
Ama odoge.
Edoge.
Ama odoge.
Edoge o.
Ama odoge.
Edoge.
Ama odoge.
Obubu no bikoto.
Eja.
Ego bubu no bikoto.
Eja.
Agaja eno pupo.
Eja.
Awi eri omo pupo.
Eja.
Agaja eno twaki.
Eja.
Awi eri omo twaki.
Eja.
Agaja eno pupo.
Eja.
Awi eri omo pupo.
Eja. 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 Ije.
Ije.
Yeme o. bonamugo.
Asoboyegbe ọwa gẹlẹgẹlẹ.
Asoboyegbe ọwa.
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 Anyado gele.
Ayado gele.
Ọbara tọpẹ.
Ise.
Anyado
gele. Ayado gele.
Anyado bagwa ere no nyado yeme o.
Ayado gele.
Anyado baledo mere no nyado yeme o.
Ayado gele.
Anyado
gele. Ayado gele. Aha.
Ego.
Ama ego.
Ego me.
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 Ego.
Ego me. Ego me.
Ego.
Ego me.
Ego.
Iga guagbe.
Ego.
Mema guagbe.
Ego.
Oyale kwera me.
Ego.
Oyale kwije me.
Ego.
Aga soga do.
Ego.
Edo tio.
Ego.
Edo asoga ma. Mami
Ego.
aga do tio.
Ego.
Ego me. Edo me di aga ga o.
Ego.
Ego me.
Ego.
Ego me o.
Ego.
Ego me.
Ego.
Ego me o.
Ego.
Ego me.
Ego.
Ego me o.
Ego.
Ego me. Edo me di aga ga o.
Ego.
Ego me.
Ego.
Ego me o.
Ego.
Ego me o. Edo me di aga ga o.
Ego.
Ego me.
Ego.
Ego me 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 o.
Ego.
Ego me o. Edo me di aga ga o.
Ego.
Ego me.
Ego.
Ego me o.
Ego.
Ego me.
Ego.
Ego me o.
Ego.
Ego me.
Ego.
Ego me o.
Ego.
Ego me.
Ego.
Ego me.
Ego.
Ọbara tọpẹ.
Ise.
I'm Dr. Femi Idahosa, President of Benson, Idahosa University. Now at Benson, Idahosa University, that's BIU, our message is clear, empowering you for global success, academically, socially, and spiritually. We are committed to raising a new generation of leaders. Once again, that's you. Young people equipped not just to succeed, but to transform the entire world. Our graduates are living proof, making impact across industries and continents. They inspire us every day. Now to our current and incoming students, you are the agents of change the world needs. We need your voice, your vision, and your values. And the time to take ownership of the future is now. Behind every student's success is our dedicated staff of mentors and educators who believe in each student's potential and work tirelessly to bring it out. Their impact is real. We are more than just a university. We are a launch pad for greatness. And with each passing year, I grow more confident that we are doing something extraordinary. Because at BIU, everything we do is focused on one thing: empowering you for global success.
Okay, a very good morning to you, everyone. Thank you so very much for being here today at Benson, Idahosa University. We apologize for starting a little bit behind schedule, but we are going to commence right about now, and we hope to be able to carry the program along as planned. Respectfully, will I ask us to please rise so we can take the opening prayer this morning so that we can formally begin the events this morning. Thank you so very much. I would like to call on the Director of International Linkages, Professor Osondo Akuma, to come and help us with the opening prayer this morning.
In Jesus' name we pray. Almighty and most merciful Father, we thank you for gathering us unto you this morning. Father, we thank you for Benson Idahosa University. We thank you for all the invited guests. We thank you for all the participants. We thank you for the organizers. Father, we take authority from your name and say that every activity as scheduled will move successfully in Jesus' name. We thank you because you are the one who rewards the good works of our hands. We say that everything we are going to do, even our participants that are on their way coming, journey mercy is their portion in Jesus' name. As we meet, discuss innovation and every activity that will move this country forward, Father, it is well with us. It is well with Benson Idahosa University. It is well with Nigeria. In Jesus' mighty name we have prayed.
Okay, so please, may I appeal that we remain standing so we take the national anthem? Sorry, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol, the truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. BIU, the fruit of faith, thy fame spread far and wide. With heart of joy we sing of thee, stand firm in truth and honesty. Gold and white for excellence, academics with godliness, building leaders all in faith, for all endeavors the future holds. Forward we go in good faith. God is our help, our guide, we shall never fail. Forward we go in good faith. God is our help, our guide, we shall never fail. Amen. Amen. Amen.
you very much. We may please be seated. Once again, I'd like to welcome us here. To our guest, you're welcome to Benson Idahosa University, a renowned private Christian university in Nigeria. It was founded by late Archbishop Benson Idahosa. As our Vice Chancellor would say, the university was birthed by Archbishop Benson Idahosa and nurtured by our Chancellor, Archbishop Margaret Idahosa, and is being modernized by our President, Right Reverend Bishop Dr. Feb Idahosa. A round of applause for our Vice Chancellor. The Vice Chancellor of Benson Idahosa University, Professor John Aroye Okoya, being a renowned professor of mycology and mushroom science, is very keen on innovations, technology, and national development, which is why he has brought a lot of innovative ideas into the university. In line with this, the international best practices, the Vice Chancellor has established a Research and Innovation Directorate in our university, BIU. I think that deserves a round of applause. He has also established the Grant Administration Office in order to strengthen the grantsmanship skills of academic staff of Benson Idahosa University. And presently, the university has another directorate that is called the Intellectual Property Policy Transfer Office in order to strengthen the translational research. And to strengthen this office, a Turnitin software has been established and is now available for staff and students to conduct their research. I think our Vice Chancellor deserves a resounding round of applause for these innovations. The university is not just chalks and boards, markers and boards. This is a breeding ground for innovations, for idea. And we are doing great things in our law faculty, in our Medical College of Medical Sciences, even in sports. We have been far and wide. We have won medals for Nigeria, represented Nigeria in African Games, and we're doing incredibly well. So once again, you are welcome to Benson Idahosa University. A round of applause for our great institution. Thank you very much. I could go on on the accolades of our university, but I'd like to match the break and just do an introduction of our management team, Benson Idahosa University management team. I'd like to humbly introduce the acting Vice Chancellor of this great institution, a renowned professor of law, Professor Mrs. Theresa Akpogome. You're welcome, ma. She's the acting Vice Chancellor of the university. We also have representing the acting bursar of the university, Mrs. Joy. You're welcome, ma. And we have the acting librarian of the university, Dr. Mrs. Mary Idahosa. We also have principal officers that are on their way and some management teams, deans and director. They are here with us. We have representing the Dean of Faculty of Arts and Education. He is one of the LOC members, and I'm sure he's somewhere around, Dr. Chuks Ezirim, the Sub-Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Education. You're welcome, sir. The Dean of Faculty of Science, Professor Stephen Inabulele. The Dean, you're welcome. Welcome, sir. The Dean of Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, Dr. Clement Ekato. The Dean of the Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, Professor Clara Agbedia. You're welcome, ma'am. The Dean of Faculty of Social and Management Sciences, Professor Mrs. Rosemary Obasi. You're welcome, ma. The Director of Pre-Degree Programs, Professor Mrs. Mabel Eigiato. You're welcome, ma'am. The Dean of Student Affairs, Professor Irobosa Iyensekien. You're welcome, sir. The Director of Guidance and Counseling is also here, Professor Margaret Abikwi. You're welcome, ma'am. The Director of Part-Time and Sandwich Program, Dr. Joyce Okafor. You're welcome, ma'am. The Acting Director of Fundraising, Dr. Morede Odigie. You're welcome, sir. The Head of Department of Physical Sciences, Dr. Mrs. Ngozi Uzwekwe. You're welcome, ma'am. We also have here a distinguished friend of the university, the former Dean of the School of Postgraduate Studies, is always here in all our programs. It's my honor to welcome Professor Bamidele Sani. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, still while we are doing the introductions, we also like to acknowledge the presence of the following persons who have joined us this morning from outside the BIU community. I'd like to respectfully appreciate the presence of Dr. Kenneth Omokafe from Global Research Institute of Nigeria, Benin City. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. Also, we have here Fam Itwa Esther, representative of the DG NAVDAC. Thank you so much, ma, for being here. Thank you so very much for joining us. Also, we have Fam Austin Anyandegu. Thank you so much, sir, for being here this morning. Now, we'll take more introductions as the program continues, but at this point, we need to respectfully be up on our feet as I make welcome the Acting Vice Chancellor for our opening remarks for this event today. Please, may we please be up on our feet as we receive to the microphone the Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Teresa Akpogume, as she comes for the opening remark for this event. Please keep clapping till she gets here.
Please be seated. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the great Benson Idahosa University, a fruit of faith. We are marking our maiden edition of Research and Innovations Conference, and we are all glad to be here. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. We are not ashamed to say praise the Lord here. This is a Christian university, a fruit of faith. This university was bettered by the word of God. So we are not afraid to praise our God. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Amen. It is by his grace that we are all here today. It is by his grace that we have not been consumed. So let's be alive. Praise God. I'm here to present the address of the Vice Chancellor, Professor John Aroye Okoya. The Chancellor, Her Grace, Most Reverend Dr. Margaret E. Benson Idahosa, JPOON, the President, Right Reverend Dr. Feb Idahosa II, Principal Officers of Benson Idahosa University, Deans and Directors of Benson Idahosa University, distinguished professors and researchers, esteemed guests from across Nigeria and Africa, members of the academia, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and a heart full of gratitude to God that I welcome you all to Benson Idahosa University for this pivotal research and innovation conference. The theme for this groundbreaking conference is Harnessing Research for Productivity and National Development, a clarion call and strategically imperative for a nation like Nigeria, standing at the crossroad of immense potential and multiple challenges. In today's global landscape, a nation's wealth is no longer measured solely by natural resources, but by its intellectual capital. Research is the engine that converts raw materials or raw ideas into tangible solutions. Innovation is the vehicle that drives these solutions to the marketplace and into our communities. When we speak of harnessing research, we are talking about a deliberate, focused, and collaborative effort to ensure that the brilliant ideas conceived within the hallowed walls of our universities do not end up as mere entries in academic journals, but are translated into products, policies and processes that enhance productivity, create wealth, and uplift the quality of life for every citizen. At Benson Idahosa University, founded on the visionary principles of Archbishop Benson Idahosa, we operate on a core philosophy, the faith in God and learning that are inextricably linked for human advancement. We believe that the quest for knowledge is a divine mandate to solve human problems. Our mission is to raise a new generation of leaders, the Davidic company, who are not only spiritually sound, but are also intellectually equipped to be solution providers. This conference is a practical manifestation of that mission. It is our faith in action. We are committed to fostering a culture where research addresses real-world problems, from agriculture to cybersecurity, from public health to sustainable energy, from ethical governance to artificial intelligence. Therefore, this conference is designed to be more than just a series of presentations. It is a marketplace of ideas, a crucible for collaboration, and a launchpad for innovation. To our esteemed researchers and academics, I challenge you to look beyond the theoretical and forge partnerships with industry. To our partners from private and public sectors, I invite you to see our university as your research and development arm, ready to co-create solutions for the challenges you face. We must break down the silos that have traditionally separated academia from industry and government. Let me use this opportunity to express our profound gratitude to our convener, the Director of Research and Innovations, Professor Falodun, for successfully organizing this conference, and his vision in selecting this team and the other members of the planning committee. Thank you. As we proceed with the business of the day, let us engage in robust, insightful, and forward-thinking discussions. Let us network intentionally. Let us leave this conference not just with certificates of participation, but with concrete action plans and new partnerships that will propel our nation forward. Once again, you are welcome to Benson Idahosa University. May your time here be profoundly enriching and productive. Thank you, and God bless you all. Professor John Aroye Okoya. Thank you. While I was speaking, the registrar of the institution walked in, and he's none other than Mr. Vinton Okoedo Itoya. You're welcome. Welcome, sir. That's the way he would have done to me.
Can we please put our hands together again for our Vice Chancellor for that welcome address? Thank you so very much, Ma. Now, you know we're here today for the Research and Innovation Conference being hosted in Benson Idahosa University Heritage Campus. We must be clear about that because we have two campuses, the Heritage Campus and the Legacy Campus. And this event today is hosted at the Heritage Campus at Ugbo here, while the Legacy Campus have other activities going on there today. Today, the theme for this event is Harnessing Research for Productivity and National Development. And the features include oral and poster presentations, exhibitions, awards and prizes, and the BIU RID conference proceedings. So trust me, you're going to have an amazing time today. From introductions this morning, we have also in our midst Mr. Ejiomofor Victor Aka, the CEO, ROIC Africa, the owners of IWEMI. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. And now to bring up on stage for his opening remark is the Director, Research and Innovation, Benson Idahosa University, in the person of Professor Abiodun Falodun. Please put your hands together for him. Please put your hands together for him as he comes. Thank you so very much.
the Vice Chancellor, principal officers of the university, deans, directors, heads of departments, very distinguished professors here present, colleagues, our great students, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press. It is with profound honor that I stand before you as the Director of Research and Innovation at Benson Idahosa University to deliver this welcome address for the BIU Research and Innovation Conference 2025 with the theme, Harnessing Research for Productivity and National Development. We are here today to celebrate the transformative power of research and to chart a course for Nigeria's progress through innovation. This gathering is more than just a conference. We have here in our midst research institutes, industrialists, captains of industries, entrepreneurs. First, allow me to express my deepest gratitude to our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor John Okwoya, whose visionary leadership has elevated BIU as a hub of academic excellence and innovation. My appreciation also extends to the principal officers of this university, the management, staff, and students of our great institution, and to the organizing committee members whose tireless efforts have brought this event to life. And by the grace of God, this is the maiden edition. And so by next year, we'll have second Benson Idahosa University Research and Innovation Conference. And by the grace of God, it will be better and greater. And to our distinguished keynote address speakers, the DG of NAFDAC, ably represented by pharmacist Mrs. Itwa and her theme, we thank you for for obliging us with your presence. We appreciate you. The theme of this conference, Harnessing Research for National Productivity and Development, resonates deeply with Nigeria's aspirations to diversify its economy and strengthen its industries and address pressing challenges and as food security, healthcare, and other issues. Today, Nigeria stands at a pivotal moment with a youthful population of over 70%. But it may surprise you that out of this 70%, less than 10% is fully engaged. So Nigeria is a country where you have the youths, they are not fully engaged. Unemployment is skyrocketing on a daily basis. And so what do we do? So this conference is designed to bridge the gap, to bridge the industry and the academia. It's an interface. Unfortunately, for many years now, due to lack of trust by policymakers, government agency on academia, so what happens? The gap keeps on widening. And so there's a problem. And so this conference is actually designed to bridge that gap so that when our researchers, they collaborate with the industry, then there will be productivity, there will be excellence, there will be innovation. BIU Research and Innovation Directorate has championed so many bright projects, brimming with potential and rapidly evolving global landscape. The question is not whether we can contribute to national development, but how swiftly and effectively, we can do so through research-driven innovation. Today, in the global space, in the academic ecosystem, university no longer stands on 3 tripods. That is research, teaching, and community service. But in addition to 2 things, we now have innovation and industrialization. So BIU should be at the forefront to drive this. And that is why our motto, and as a matter of fact, our belief in the Research and Innovation Directorate is for us to have a quadruple helix model to drive innovation and drive excellence in this great university. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also inform this wonderful audience that BIU, Benson Idahosa University, is one of the universities in Africa that has been able to develop the AI policy and which is available, approved by the Senate of the University of Benin. And once you visit the university website, www.bensonidahosauniversity.edu.ng, you'll see a full complement, of that policy and the office. BIU, under this present administration, has established 2 directorates to drive research and innovation, namely Grant Administration Office and the Intellectual Property Office, to strengthen research and collaboration. Additionally, the university has also launched a BIU Research Scholar Diaspora Initiative. And what this simply means is this: it's for us to collaborate with researchers in other countries of this world. Then bring them to BIU, they can work with BIU, they can teach, they can do research with the academic staff. And so, the Vice Chancellor graciously approved the initiative. And today, we have 3 distinguished scholars from very renowned universities outside the countries that are already collaborators with Benson Idahosa University. One of them will be delivering a keynote address, and that is Professor Ekato, is an expert in environmental law. We also have Dr. Amma Madasum from one of the renowned universities in Switzerland. He's a software engineer. Presently, he's working with the Department of Electrical Engineering of Benson Idahosa University. Then we also have Dr. Edomoyi. Presently, he's in the University of Bath, UK. He's a fantastic person in the area of robotics engineering. With this, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, BIU will move swiftly. And again, BIU will brace the tray. BIU will be at the top. BIU will become more visible. BIU will be known globally. In other words, global recognition will be at the forefront of this great university. This conference provides a great opportunity for staff and students to network with industry experts and scholars from different institutions in Nigeria and beyond. Madam Vice Chancellor, this will also be an opportunity for us to network, for us to collaborate with industry. I want to suggest, Madam Vice Chancellor, that in every department in this great institution, somebody from the industry should be an associate lecturer there. In most cases, they will do the job pro bono. In that way, if, for example, you have somebody from Nigerian Bottling Company, an engineer, a mechanical engineer, also being an associate lecturer in the Department of Mechanical Engineering here, it will also be the university policy to ensure that whatever project that is going to be given to postgraduate students, that person should have a say. In other words, that project, the title should come from the industry. In doing that, the student of BIU will be solving the problem of the industry. In doing that, the student of BIU will not be employable. And in doing that, we'll be producing future-ready graduates in this great university. In the spirit of our team, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us reflect on the fundamental truth. Research without application is potential unrealized. And innovation without impact is progress stalled. As we participate in this two-day conference and exhibition, I urge you to engage with curiosity, ask questions, collaborate with purpose, and let us also draw from the inspiration of our father, the founder of this great institution, Archbishop Benson Idahosa, of blessed memory. He says, and I quote, "If you can think it, you can do it." Ladies and gentlemen, if you are thinking about the future, think about Benson Idahosa University. May God bless our great university, Benson Idahosa University. May God bless Edo State, and God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for the director. Thank you so much. While still introducing special guests that have joined us this morning, I'd like to introduce the person of Mrs. Jobina Arinze, the head of Edo Innovates. Thank you so much, Ma, for being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The acting vice chancellor and members of principal officers have a meeting that they'll be attending to now. And before they take their leave, we'd like to invite them for a group photograph. They'll come upstage for a group photograph with the convener of this conference.
I got to find out about Benson Idahosa University through my parents, and when I got here, at first it wasn't easy because I had to adjust to a new style of doing things, a new environment, and meeting new people, and having to go to chapel every Friday. However, since that time till now, I've experienced all-round growth. I've grown in my spiritual life, my academics, my social life, and in my interactions with people. Since I got into BIU, I've been involved in different areas of the school, especially within my faculty. I was the Director of Works, the Assistant Secretary General, and now I'm the Secretary General of the Faculty of Law, Benson Idahosa University. And if I was to choose another university to go to, I would choose Benson Idahosa University 100 times over.
Okay, so we're going to continue as scheduled on the program. So next item we have on the program is the keynote address. And this morning we have our keynote speaker already here with us, who's going to take the keynote address for this event this morning. I'd like us to respectfully put our hands together as I make welcome on stage Mrs. Itwa Esther, the representative of the DG of NAFDAC, as she comes for her keynote address. Please put your hands together for her as she comes up on stage for the keynote address for this event.
Good morning, the Vice Chancellor, Professor John Okoya, distinguished ladies and gentlemen present. I beg to stand on the existing protocol. Pharmacist Esther Itwa is my name. I'm here standing in for the Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye. She sends her apologies and she asks me to deliver her welcome speech as well as her paper on the safety and regulation of herbal medicines in Nigeria, NAFDAC perspective on public health. I'm supposed to have my slides. Okay. I'm starting with her welcome address. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is truly an honor to stand before you today as the keynote speaker for this important gathering, centering on the theme, harnessing research for productivity and national development. This theme could not be timelier. In today's world, research is the bridge between ideas and impacts. It is through research that nations transform potentials into progress and knowledge into innovation. When properly harnessed, research not only drives productivity in industries and institutions, but also strengthens our capacity to solve local challenges with global relevance. I would like to commend the organizers of this event for choosing such a forward-looking theme and for creating a platform that brings together brilliant minds, academics, professionals, and students, united by the common goal to advance our nation through the power of research. Today's discussion will, I believe, inspire us all to rethink how we view research, not as an isolated academic pursuit, but as a vital engine for sustainable growth, innovation, and national development. Thank you. So I'm going to start with my presentation. I'm starting with the definition of herbal medicine, because the theme for today's keynote speech is the safety and regulation of herbal medicines in Nigeria, NAFDAC perspective on public health. Herbal medicines. According to the World Health Organization, herbal medicines are naturally occurring plant-derived substances with minimal or no industrial processing that have been used to treat illnesses within local and regional healing practices. Herbal products can also be described as finished, labeled medicinal products that contains as active ingredients aerial or underground parts of plants, other plant materials, or combination thereof, whether in crude states or as plant preparations. Plant materials include juices, gums, fatty oils, alkaloids, glycoside, essential oils, and any other substance of this nature. Definition by WHO 2007. The next slide just shows us herbal medicines, what they look like. They can be herbs, they can be herbal materials, herbal preparation, or herbal medicines. Next slide, please. We all know that herbal medicines are being used by Nigerians, whether we like it or not. People use herbs. There are risks associated with the use of herbs. I'm just going to list a few of them. We have contaminations, we have toxicity, interaction with other medications, allergic reaction, false claims about curing diseases and illnesses, wrong identification, inadequate standardization of doses, poor production, false belief that these herbal medicines are safe due to their natural sources. Let's take the first one, contamination. Please, can we go back to the last slide? Contamination. Herbal products are at times contaminated with heavy metals. They are even contaminated with microorganisms, some pesticides. Some of them are even laced with orthodox drugs. Toxicity. Because we feel that they are from natural sources, they may not have any side effect or harmful effects. But we have had situations where herbal medicine cause organ damage. Some of them cause hepatotoxicity, some of them cause nephrotoxicity. Then interaction with other medication. Some of us, we use herbal medicines along with our conventional drugs. There are interactions between herbal medicines and orthodox medicines. Allergic reaction. As simple as herbal medicine look like, some of them cause allergic reaction. We've had situations where herbal medicine can cause simple allergic reaction like itching. Sometimes you have skin eruption, so serious allergic reaction of difficulties in breathing just by taking simple herbal medications. Herbal medications, some of them carry a lot of false information about curing illnesses and diseases. Some people that use herbal medicines, they believe so much in it because of the claims that these products are said to do. At the end, before they realize it, their illnesses have progressed to a very serious level that it may even result in death. Wrong identification, inadequate standardization of doses, poor production, false belief that they are safe due to natural sources. I've talked about that. The next slide, please. These are examples of common herbs that we use that have adverse health effects. Let me just pick on one of them, garlic. Many of us consume garlic. Garlic has a lot of potentials. But research has shown that garlic causes bleeding, sometimes nose bleeding. It causes platelet dysfunction. Another simple one that is the ginseng root. Many people seem to know that ginseng root causes increase in manpower, causes strength. But on the other hand, research has shown that ginseng increases the central nervous system stimulation. It causes hypertension and even skin eruption. The next slide, please. Herbal medicines in Nigeria. Like I said, in Nigeria, herbal medicines have continued to gain popularity. Now, a high percentage of our population, particularly in remote, rural, and peri-urban areas, depend on herbal medicines for their primary health care needs. Those of our parents, even up to now, that are in the rural area, they still use herbal medicine to care for their health needs. The increase in the demand of herbal medicines and their use will lead to an increase in the risk and complications associated with them. Hence, there is need for them to be monitored and controlled to ensure their safety and efficacy. The next slide, please. Regulatory authorities play a crucial role in overseeing the regulatory monitoring and control of herbal medicines to ensure their safety and efficacy. The increasing use of herbal medicines globally has raised concern regarding adverse reaction and the need for monitoring their safety. In Nigeria, National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has the responsibility to regulate and monitor herbal medicine production in Nigeria. Next slide, please. The mandate that established NAFDAC is under NAFDAC Act Cap N1 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004. And that mandates the agency to regulate and control, manufacture, importation, exportation, distribute, advertise, sale, and use of food, drugs. Drugs include herbal medicines and nutraceuticals, cosmetics, medical devices, packaged water, chemical and detergent. Herbal medicines are regulated by NAFDAC. Before any product is sold under the mandate of NAFDAC, It regulates and controls manufacture, importation, exportation, distribution, advertisement, and sale. So before any herbal product is put up for sale in Nigeria, it must be registered. NAFDAC regulates herbal products, which are part of the regulated products, through the following means: listing or registration, good manufacturing practice inspection, laboratory evaluation, advertisement control, and post-market surveillance. I'm going to start with listing and registration of herbal medicines, one of the methods through which NAFDAC regulates and controls their use. When we talk about product listing and regulation in NAFDAC, it's a way by which NAFDAC appends numbers to these products. If you look at some products with NAFDAC registration number, you will see some of them having the letter L after the number, while some don't have that letter L after the number. The ones that have letter L shows that those products are they have been listed, while those without the letter L shows that they are all full registration. For herbal medicines, which are the focus of today's talk, for us to list NAFDAC herbal medicines, they have to pass through stages. First of all, documents will be submitted, documents will be reviewed. Upon successful review of these documents, inspection of the facilities will take place. Samples of that product will be submitted for laboratory analysis and evaluation before the approvals are given. For herbal products that carry the letter L, it shows that those products have passed through documentation review, good manufacturing practice inspection is satisfactory, laboratory analysis satisfactory, but there are no documents to scientifically prove that their claims have been substantiated. Hence, the agency gives them the listing certificate. So, that listing certificate is renewable once every 2 years. For the products that have full listing, it means that they have passed through successful documentation review, GMP inspection, laboratory analysis, and there are scientific evidence to back up their claims. Thus, they are given full registration without any letter L written at the back of the number, the end of the number. So those products that have full registration are renewable once every 5 years. If we don't take anything out of today's lecture, let us take this one out. So that when you look at products outside, you see the letter L, you know what it stands for. That is listing. And for herbal products, whatever claims they have on the label shows that they have not been evaluated by the agency. There are no clinical trials to show that they are actually as efficient and as safe as they claim. The next slide, please. The next slide is talking about labeling and consumer information. When products are listed or given full registration, there are certain information that must be on the label. For example, the label must carry the product name. It must carry the manufacturing and expiration date. It is not proper for a product to have only expiration dates. The manufacturing date must be there. The manufacturer's details and address, produced and packaged by XYZ Nigeria Limited. All products must carry the full location address of the manufacturer. For herbal medicines, they must include this disclaimer. These claims have not been evaluated by NAFDAC, especially those that have listing L. They must carry that caption. Because like I said, there are no scientifically proven evidence to show that these products actually do what they claim that they are doing. Labeling ensures consumers are properly informed and protected. Details on labeling requirements can be obtained from our NAFDAC website. Next slide, please. Good manufacturing practice inspection. For every product that you see in the market that carries NAFDAC registration number, where the product was manufactured was actually inspected, and good manufacturing practice certification issued to that facility. For good manufacturing practice, inspectors go to these sites, no matter how far they are located, they must be visited. Even up to those that are in riverine areas, inspectors go and check where those particular products come out from. Good manufacturing practice entails everything that concerns production of that particular herbal medicines. For example, under good manufacturing practice, we look at the location. Where is this facility located? Where is it sited? Is it near mechanic workshop? Is it near an abattoir? Is it near cemetery? For facilities that happen to be located near mechanic workshop, those facilities are not allowed to go into production. Why? Because those people that carry out mechanic repairs, most of them do battery charging. And you know that batteries contain lead. Once the lead begins to evaporate, it settles on the ground and it goes down into the groundwater. Part of the complications associated with herbal medicines are that they contain heavy metals. The water that they use, especially those that have oral preparations. If the water is not properly treated, they are likely to be contaminated with heavy metals. Then, those that are located around cemetery areas. Cemetery is a place where they buried people. A lot of people died from different diseases that we don't even know about. So everything seeps down into groundwater. So such locations are not allowed. So we look at the siting of the facility, the building. How is the building? Is it purposely built? Is it an adapted building? How easy is it for man and materials to move around the building? All those things are taken into consideration. Hygiene, very important. We look at the hygienic condition of the place. We look at the materials that the manufacturer intends to use to produce such products. Are they made of plastic? Are they made of stainless steel? Are they wooden materials? Are they materials that can easily erode into this product? We look at the packaging materials. Where do you source the packaging materials from? We look at the raw materials themselves. The raw materials are the herbs. Where do you source the herbs from? Do you grow them by yourself? Do you source them? How do you preserve them? How do you ensure that these products are actually fit to be used for production? What of the staff that you employ to produce for you? Do you look after them? Do they undergo medical fitness from time to time? You're in the area where you produce. How clean is the place? Do you use pesticides? What kind of pesticides do you use? Are they the ones that are friendly to humans? Under good manufacturing practice, we check out all those things. There's a particular facility that we actually visited for GMP inspection. When we got to that place, the official of that facility took us round. When we got to the raw material stores, we saw the raw materials arranged, but there was a cupboard there that was just locked. So the inspectors asked the production manager that was taking us around that, could you open this cupboard, let's see. Because during inspections, you don't lock any doors, you don't lock any cupboards, everything must be open for us to see. The man now said that it's not possible for him to open it. That it's only the MD that can open that cupboard. We now said it's not possible. That NAFDAC inspectors, nothing is supposed to be hidden or concealed. We must see everything. So to cut this long story short, finally the cupboard was opened. What did we see? We saw tablets, antihypertensive tablets, anti-diabetic tablets, analgesic, antipyretics, which this manufacturer grinds and adds to his herbal products in quotes. So it is through this good manufacturing practice inspection that we discover all these things. Some people will even come, they will give you a particular address that this is where they produce. We will go there. Based on the fact that we are inspectors and we have been trained, once we look at the facility, we'll say, no, there's no way production takes place here. It's so clean, the generator doesn't even have anywhere to plug. The grinding machine, you can't even plug it. Okay, how do you produce? Because you produce dry product, powder product, which you grind. But there's no plug, there's no socket outlets to plug your machine, to plug the generator in case there's power surge. So what do you do? It shows that production does not take place there. It takes place elsewhere, and they push out their products. So good manufacturing practice is very important as part of the way we regulate herbal products. Currently, the agency is emphasizing adherence to good manufacturing practice and has published guidelines in herbal medicine product. This is to help herbal medicine manufacturers to understand clearly what is expected of them to have in their facilities and a guideline for production inspection of herbal medicines. The next slide, please. The next slide is on laboratory analysis and quality evaluation. Herbal medicines are analyzed in NAFDAC laboratories before they are listed or registered. I said that before. The test parameters include the ones that are written here, but not limited to them. It is very important to state here again that before any product, whether fully registered or listed, is given approval, it must pass through NAFDAC laboratory, and the results must come out satisfactory. For any product that fails NAFDAC laboratory testing, approvals are not issued. Only products with satisfactory lab and good manufacturing practice reports are approved for registration or listing. It is important to note here that all NAFDAC laboratories in Nigeria are ISO/IEC 17025 accredited. Next slide, please. Another method through which we regulate herbal products is through advert control. A product that has listing certificates is not a permission for advertisement. Why? Because a lot of these products have claims that have not been evaluated. We do advert control for herbal medicines to protect the public, for them to know that it is not because these products have NAFDAC registration number that everything they say is correct. So product registration does not automatically permit advertisement. NAFDAC must vet all advert material for accuracy and public safety. Unregistered or listed herbal medicines cannot be advertised as cure for any disease. Like I said initially, all products that are listed must carry that disclaimer. These claims have not been evaluated by NAFDAC. Why? Because there are no scientific evidence, no clinical trials to show that the efficacy or the safety is guaranteed. So adverts are not allowed for such products. So all those ones we hear on the street, this, that, can do this, can do that, can do this, they are not true. Because those advert materials have not been vetted by NAFDAC. So if you must take any herbal product based on advertisement, it must be fully registered. Those are the ones that we can guarantee that the claims stated for the relief of so and so, for the management of this, it has been proven scientifically that it can do such. So for a product that is unregistered and has listing certificate, adverts is not allowed. Regulation prohibits misleading health claims in both print and electronic media. We are having a little difficulty in controlling these adverts, but we are working in collaboration with electronic and print media on how they advertise their products. The next slide, please. The next means by which we regulate herbal medicines is through post-marketing and safety monitoring. Post-marketing takes place after products have been registered. This is very important because we've discovered that when products are undergoing registration, the clients, because they want these products to go into the market, everything you tell them to do, they do. They satisfy all the requirements, and these products are either listed or given full registration. So at the end of the day, we have staff that go into the market to purchase these products, and they are analyzed in the lab. If they are found not to be exactly how they were given market authorization for, they are delisted or they are given fines. NAFDAC enforces compliance also through seizure, fines, and persecution when necessary. Next slide. NAFDAC faces challenges in the regulation of herbal products. We have poor regulatory compliances. Many manufacturers don't comply with the regulatory requirements. Lack of standardization of scientific validation weak enforcement due to poor funding and manpower gaps, poor labeling and information gaps, low research and development output, limited cooperation with herbal practitioners. Next slide. NAFDAC realizes the fact that herbal medicines are not altogether bad. They are good. So because of that, we are actually looking into the future on how we can assist those that are ready to do the correct thing, to ensure that these herbal products come out with correct information, efficacy and safety tests, scientifically proven that these products can do what they claim. Because of that, NAFDAC has gone into continuous and sustained public education workshop for herbal practitioners and users. NAFDAC is in collaboration with research institutes and academia to promote innovation and evidence-based herbal medicine, promotion of standardization and clinical trials for improved product efficacy and safety, establishment of Nigerian Herbal Product Committee in 2019 to bridge the gap between indigenous knowledge and modern science. In this committee, we have the Federal Ministry of Health, researchers and traditional medicine practitioners as members of this committee. All these are done in order to ensure that herbal medicines are not completely removed from our society, because we know that they are effective. It's just that they don't have any scientific backing to prove, to show that they can do what they claim that they do. For example, in the last, I think last week or some few weeks ago, the DG announced the collaboration between NAFDAC and the Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency. The collaboration is to assist herbal practitioners to carry out clinical trials for their products so that they can have scientifically proven evidence on safety and efficacy of their drug, so that those of them that are having listing certificates, they can move to full registration of 5 years. Because the difference between listing and full registration is the fact that the full registration, they have scientific backing. Anything they say they can do, they do. The agency is also trying to source funds for some herbal medicines to ensure that they carry out clinical trials. They also encourage scientific and clinical reports recording for listed products to promote graduation to register products. The agency is also is in the process of creating traditional medicine formulary to document verified herbal remedies. Summary of NAFDAC commitment. In all this, the next slide, that's the last slide. In all this, NAFDAC remains committed to protecting and promoting public health by ensuring that only safe, efficacious, and quality herbal medicines reach Nigerians. Thank you.
I believe our speaker deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much, Fam Esther Itwa. Thank you so much. We will be moving on to the panel session. Just before our panelists come up, I'd like to just say a few things about this topic today. Personally, this topic is a little bit personal to me because I lost my grandmother to this herbal medicine. She was not informed. She wanted to lose weight, so she started taking agbo, in quotes, that's what we call it locally. Different mixtures of different things, she was taking it, and before we could rush her to the hospital, she passed. So it is important for us to check NAFDAC number of every product, drugs that we are getting, even skincare products as well, because NAFDAC has done the full research. They've put policies, guidelines in place to ensure the safety of these products. Thank you very much once again, Pharmacy Esther Itoa, for this beautiful topic. I'd like to invite the panelists. Professor Emmanuel Ojajare will be in charge of this next session. Please, a round of applause for Professor Emmanuel Ojajare.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on existing protocols. This afternoon, we will be having a panel discussion, and the topic is recalibrating industry and academia in the digital revolution, the African context. Of course, one of the main goals of this I beg your pardon, please. I need a very important information. Sorry for that. Like I was saying, one of the main goals of this particular conference is to set an agenda for government, policymakers, universities, and other stakeholders on how best we can fast-track the development of Africa. You and I know that we missed out of the first industrial revolution. Africa missed out of the second industrial revolution. And we missed out of the third industrial revolution. Now here we are. The fourth industrial revolution is staring us at the face. What might we do to change the narrative? What should Africa do differently to catapult her into our pride of place? Let us take our pride of place in the Committee of Global Economic Power. I think this is basically one of the things that the panelists will be doing justice to in this session. And please, as I introduce my panelists, help me make welcome the executive director of Roba Research Institute, Dr. Leila Nkeshiere Dongo, ably represented by the second in command, the 2IC, Dr. Kenneth Omokafe. Please put your hands together to celebrate our distinguished panelists. Put your hands together to celebrate our distinguished panelists. You're welcome, sir. Please feel comfortable. Next on my list is the head of Edo Innovate. Please help me make welcome Barrister Jobina Arinze. Please put your hands together to celebrate her as she walks majestically to take her place on the stage. Please celebrate her, celebrate her. Also on my panel this afternoon is an accomplished agriculturist, a distinguished professor of soil chemistry, fertility, and fertilizer use. Please help me make welcome Professor Osade Damwe Osebota. Please put your hands together to celebrate our able professor. Put your hands together to celebrate him. Thank you very much, sir. And also on my list this afternoon is the head of, I beg your pardon, I will get that properly. But please help me make welcome Aka Iwemi. Please put your hands together to celebrate. Wonderful. Please put your hands together to celebrate him. My apologies. I'll get the proper introduction shortly. But please put your hands together once again to celebrate our wonderful panelist this afternoon. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Of course, I have handed over the mic, so you know where the first question will be going to. And my first question, because we've just set the stage already, and I told you in my intro that this is about setting an agenda for Africa on how we can leapfrog Africa into the forefront of global development in terms of economic empowerment, as it were, in the fourth industrial revolution. And my first question will go to the director of Roba Research, ably represented by the two IC. And of course, that question is, about 40 years ago, India, China, Singapore, UAE, Brazil, and Nigeria were all at par when it comes to economic development. But today, all of these countries have left us behind. What exactly did we do wrongly? What exactly did these other countries do for them to be at the forefront of economic development today, and yet we are still far, far behind after 40 years? It is so, the development in some cases is so tremendous, to the extent that China, the number 2 economic power of the world, if she sneezes today, America catches cold. China is the nightmare of Donald Trump because of our economic power. How can we leapfrog into that position? What did we do wrong, and what can we do correctly?
Thank you very much, dear moderator and members of the audience. It's often said that Nigeria is very rich. Yes, of course, in the area of natural resources, but also very rich in terms of policy. When you talk of policy, you have very good policies on paper. But when it comes to implementation, it's a different ball game. Perhaps you might say I am sounding academic. Let's come to the basics. For those of us who are students of agriculture, in any course in the Faculty of Agriculture, we take courses in different areas. Development of nations is a course that is taken under agricultural economics. Every society started as an agrarian society and gradually shifted to manufacturing. And how is the process supposed to be? If that process is truncated, then there'll be a challenge in the society. And that is what we are having today in our society, because we do not believe in stepwise development. We do not believe in following the structure the way it is supposed to be. God created man. You are born as a baby without it. You are fed on your mother's milk. Before you start having it, your mother starts giving you soft food, on and on. But why do we want to jump the gun in our society? So what those other societies did was for them to follow development stage by stage the way it is supposed to be.
So if you say follow development stage by stage, what exactly do you mean? Can you give us the stages they followed? Is there a model any of these countries mentioned followed that took them to where they are now that we did not follow? It's not just for you alone. Any of the panelists can handle that. Thank you very much, sir. Please put your hands together for the opener. Thank you very much, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank all of you. We've derailed. That is the truth. Nigeria is the most corrupt country on earth. So when you're talking of development, now you must fight corruption. The fact is that our research institutes are job mill institutes. Nothing is happening there. They don't have facilities to do standard research. I have been to rubber research here no more. Do they have AX? The modern AX, which you call the AX, the old one, not the automated one they are using in the US. They don't have. You see, we deceive ourselves. Nigeria is a country that is based on deceit, bedeviled by zero corruption. Look at the way the oil palm got developed. NIFA was a model. Malaysia came here, got a seed. Malaysia is one of the leading world producers of oil palm. Today, when you go to NIFA, I was there about 3 days, I presented a paper. They said they should not allow me to be coming there. The truth is quiet. People don't want to hear the truth. That is the basis why. No, let me tell you. Now, Nigeria can move ahead within a twinkle of an eye if we have the right leaders that are not corrupt. You were talking of China. China, if you are corrupt, you are killed. About 3 months ago, a woman was involved in $1 billion fraud, which is the highest. Before it was announced, the woman has been killed. You see?
Okay, Prof. So you're basically saying.
I want to move for why you are saying that. The reason why we have not moved.
Yes, please.
You see, people shy away from saying the truth. You see, the truth must be said.
So now, fight corruption.
Corruption is number one.
Corruption is number one,
number
okay?
One. Either we have a national conference on corruption, we may take it as a norm, that means everybody should be corrupt, or we collectively fight it.
Okay, so basically, number one, fight corruption.
Fight corruption.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof.
No matter who is God.
Thank you very much, Prof.
That's number one.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof.
Number two, mediocre should not be appointed to head institutions.
Okay, mediocrity should be abolished.
Today, vice chancellors are not based on academic performance or morality. It's based on who you know. A traditional ruler now saying this man should be made a vice chancellor. Somebody who never went to school. Look at Ife the other day. They went with the Shago and Ogun to the university saying, and if a man must be made a vice chancellor of Ife. Whether they have a professor or not, even if he's a senior lecturer, make him a professor. Is that how a system progresses?
Thank you very much, Prof. Okay, please let me properly introduce other panelists. Forgive me, I didn't get all the information. Please, the mic to him. He is the CEO, ROIC Africa, owners of Iwemi. Please help me make welcome once again, Mr. Ejimofo Victor Aka. Put your hands together for him once again. Thank you very much, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Such a great privilege to be here. And the question that you asked, I think if we start to answer it, we'll be here till tomorrow.
Okay, let's just give a brief answer.
Right, so I just want to take an example from China.
Okay.
So China had similar issues with Nigeria in the 70s, all right? Developing nation, third world. But there was a leader that arose, Mao, some of us who are history students, and he led a revolution, all right, that brought about the China that you're seeing today. So first of all, they started up with developing their food base, agriculture base, because Mao was of the view that China is over 1.2 billion people, and they cannot continue to import food. They have to grow their own food, all right? So today in China, an average man, or even the so-called people on the lower level, income level, have access to good food, all right? Now, apart from the food, they now went ahead to manufacturing. I remember those days before the 80s, my father would say, they would beg them to come to China. They say, what are they going to do in China? But now everybody wants to go to China because of what they have achieved. So what am I saying? Nigeria needs strong leadership. A leadership that prioritizes research and development, because that's the foundation upon which the society can grow. All right? So that has to be tackled. It's not about resources. Nigeria has got resources, but we need strong leadership.
Thank you very much. Strong leadership, fight corruption, fight mediocrity, develop the agric base like China, and also prioritize research and development. Thank you very much, Mr. Acker. And I have another question for you, really. Or you want to speak to this one briefly?
Oh, yeah, just quickly.
Okay, please.
I also think that education is not keeping up with industry.
Okay.
So our style of teaching, our curriculum is not meeting up with the standard at which the industry is moving.
Mhm.
So no matter how industrialized we think we want to be, it is the same people you're teaching who are going to work in those industries. So we need people who are skill ready, who are employable, who have digital skills that can meet up with the industry standard.
Okay, so we need to retool our education. That's what you're saying. Now, we have identified problems. Like, this conference is not just about identification of problems. It's also trying to create a roadmap to solving these problems. So if we have to retool our education, for example, if I take from your last statement, what exactly should we be doing?
So we would have to.
So what is wrong with the education now? You said it's not aligned to industry requirements.
Yeah.
So what exactly should we do with the current education? How do we tweak our education now to be fit for purpose?
First of all, we need to move away from theory-based education to hands-on learning. So we need to move from theory-based education to hands-on learning.
Okay.
Then I don't think schools alone can develop the future, so we need innovation hubs in schools. We need collaboration with partners who are in the industry. So there's a collaboration between the industry and the school. So the school says we, for instance, have 5 engineers. The industry says we need 5 mechanical engineers, and this is what we need them to know, right? So government comes in with policy frameworks that helps everybody understand what each person needs. Then the school knows that this is the requirements. The industry understands that these are the kind of talents that will be sent to me. So once we are able to bridge that gap, once students graduate, we also reduce unemployment with that, because now we have created a pipeline. So when you finish, because the industry knows that this school is going to give me what I want, because they understand what my needs are. And also, so I don't jump. My thoughts are jumping very fast. So once you create that pipeline, you send them to them. But also what happens is, if there's an innovation from the industry part, the school knows immediately. So I think another problem we have is industry is moving this fast. Because there's no collaboration between school and industry has gone very far and school is still behind. So that collaboration needs to happen very quickly. Then we need to move from theory-based to practicals. Then we also need to start to help our people to think in innovative manners. So we need to have innovation hubs in schools. We need to have startups being built in schools. We need to encourage young people to think. When they come with problems, don't solve their problems for them. They should be able to have, even when they do their projects should be practical, things that we need. We need to start to solve the Nigerian problem. I think also the problems we try to solve are problems that are not unique to Nigeria. For instance, OPE. OPE is solving a typical Nigerian problem, which is, I don't want to go to the bank. I don't want to go through the stress of opening my bank account. I don't want all that stress. You sit down in your house, you open your bank account. POSs are solving those problems.
So in other words, you're telling us that our curriculum is outdated.
Absolutely.
And so how might we co-create this curriculum now, bringing industry and academia together? Who takes this initiative? Government?
Honestly,
or who exactly?
Yes, it's government. And
how? How would government do this?
So we are a government-based hub. So we train people on cloud computing. We're in partnership with AWS. We have master classes in cybersecurity. We have data analytics. We have digital literacy. So we have people who come in and they cannot even use the computer.
Okay, but that is not part of the curriculum of Edo State. It's just your how do I put it now? It's just about the Edo Innovate. That is your content. So how do we scale this?
Oh, recently I hear federal government, I think, has started to infuse these topics into the curriculum. But I think where we come in, or how we help as people who are in the industry, is the train the trainer thing, where I know that a lot of people are not equipped for the new world. You come to us, we train, we retrain, and we have people who have the capacity to go and start to teach and expose people to these things. So what I'm saying also is, to answer your question, it's not like magic. It takes a while. And we have to consistently have these conversations. We need to consistently talk about these things so that also government, because some of these government officials do not even know how to open their computers. They don't understand what you're talking about.
And you want to train people in the digital.
So if you are going to bring policies that's going to incorporate something, you can't incorporate something you don't understand. It feels like magic. When you say cloud computing, someone thinks it's in the cloud, somebody thinks, there are so many things these conversations need to start to happen and happen as fast as possible.
Thank you very much. I have another question for Prof. Okay, briefly so that I can ask this question and we can tie a lot of things together because of time, in the interest of time.
The Nigerian education system has collapsed. That is the truth. We that school 70s, I know what I'm talking about. They're cheating everywhere. Right from the school set with the right. If you want to enroll your child.
So, Prof, can it be right to say that you schooled in the 70s and benefited from the system and you destroyed the system for us?
I'm not the one who destroyed your system.
Yeah, but you benefited from the system.
No.
So why didn't you sustain what you enjoyed in the 70s?
Let me tell you, if you have decided to be cheating, it's your problem.
No, somebody is benefiting from it.
You want to go the fast lane of not doing things right.
And I give you money.
Let me tell you.
And you, as my father, you collect the money from me.
That encourage their children to double-ize their certificate.
It's okay. Prof, make the point anyway. Go on, sir.
You see, a boy, my old friend, son, was in ICC, Street College. He moved the boy to Ignatius as a final year student. I said, why should you move your son to Ignatius? He said, they are maltreating him. Can you maltreat father here? Student? He went and had A1 chemistry, A1 biology, A1 physics. I said, you had A1 chemistry, A1 biology? I said, man.
So, Prof,
I said,
malpractice is...
You were looking at me like penny. These are things we were playing with in the 70s.
Exam malpractice is a major problem with our education. That is very well noted. Now, my question, Prof. Thank you very much, sir. My next, okay, on this, okay. Quick, briefly, please, so that I can ask Prof the question.
So when I'm in panels, people say I'm the optimistic one.
Okay.
Yes. I don't like to sound as, yeah. So while I
it's all right. Make the point.
So while I completely agree with you, what we need is to rejig the system. Rejig how people think. So, for instance, when young graduates come into the hub, we take them through some series of trainings, right? So yes, you may have that at the back of your mind, you cheat and all of that. But when you are doing practicals, right, you're not thinking of cheating, you're thinking of collaborating. Because cheating comes from the fact that we tell people that he has to be first, he's the best in class, he has to have A1. People are differently skilled. There are people who, I hate mathematics, would not do it. Maybe it's the way I was taught. But when it comes to strategy or critical thinking or project management, I excel at that. So when we start to retool people's minds to understand that you don't need to have an A1 in chemistry to succeed. You can succeed irrespective of whatever grade that you graduate with. So once we start to retool people's minds in that direction, people start to reduce the amount of importance they put on, I need to have A1, I need to have B2, or I need to have C, whatever. So when you come into the hub, do you have digital skills? What is your area of strength? What can you do? So we start from what you like to do. And you'll find out that most times, when we ask them, what can you do? They'll say, I like maths, or I like this one. By the time the person does data analytics for 2 weeks, like, no, I don't like this math, so I think I want to do something else. And because tech is low barrier, there's no gatekeeping. You can be a product manager today, you can be a cloud engineer tomorrow, you can be a data analyst by next tomorrow. There's nobody telling you cannot be anything.
So basically, you should look out for your strength.
Yes,
identify your strength.
Yes, we retool them. And
don't try to
their
be
minds.
somebody else.
Exactly.
That guy is
you
making A1 in chemistry,
Fantastic.
in mathematics,
So
and
you
you
don't
too
need
want
to
to make
cheat.
A1.
Yes.
Do what you can.
So the young person just needs to be retooled.
Please put your hands
in
together
their
for...
minds. It doesn't matter.
Thank you very much. Okay, before I bring you to the addendum, please give it to Dr. Kenneth.
Thank you.
Now, Prof mentioned something earlier on. He stated, amongst other things, that the research institutes, Nigeria has over 66 research institutes, and they are paying salaries to employees of those research institutes with taxpayers' money. And Prof painted a picture not quite long ago that these research institutes are more or less like, are they irrelevant? Are they still relevant?
Okay, thank you so much.
Can you justify why the federal government or the state government or whatever government should be keeping these research institutes? And if they are relevant, what do you think? Because if you look at Nigeria, for example, we have over 66 research institutes, and almost 98% of the things we consume are what are imported, including palm oil. We import palm oil into this country, and we have 94. The Robert Research Institute. So what can we do differently to reposition these research institutes? First and foremost, what exactly is not being done now? Prof said funding. Is it just funding?
Okay.
What can we do differently, sir? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I said earlier on, it is a process that's supposed to be followed. Being in Robert Research Institute as a young scientist, far back 1993, I was in Malaysia. There was no oil palm in the economy. 1993, their edible oil was from coconut. But how come they launched themselves into the oil palm industry and they are more or less leading others?
So what did they do differently?
Our daddy here mentioned issue of corruption. Apart from Malaysia, I have also witnessed the model in India, having been there a number of times, having interacted with them. As of today, it is just like agricultural sector, just like the oil industry, which has not been tackled by the current president, when they now realize that subsidy doesn't really get to the common man. It is hijacked at the middle. So it is for the agricultural sector. If government introduces a project today, it is politician farmers that will get that facility. The real farmers will not get it. And this will not happen in Malaysia, this will not happen in China, this will not happen in India. Since we are at the level of solution, we don't know who is listening. Every research institute has mandate crops. Okay. And there is hardly any crop in this country today that is not captured in the mandate of one institute or the other. So if we want to reach the farmers, reach them through the research institutes. But the situation where you say somebody will form a cooperative society today because he wants to benefit from government largesse of subsidy. And he will be the one that will get it because he has the connection. So that is a solution. Now coming to the situation of the research institutes. Like I was saying, there is no nation developed today that abandoned agricultural research. But here in Nigeria, as soon as we had oil, we forgot about agriculture. Like I said, I was in Malaysia in 1993. Their focus was rubber. The Malaysian economy was built on rubber to make it what it is today. Then oil pump came in. And up till now, they have not abandoned research. They have. So, let us give adequate attention. Look, I'm also telling you this, please. I once had my former boss is here. He knows me. I'm very outspoken. Dr. Arekwame Agbodio. We once had instruction. We want this result. We want this result. And when they brought it to management level, I told them, do you just wake up overnight and you say you want this result? How consistently have we funded the system before this system can give you this result? So we should not be seeing Research Institute as an institute that even if you give us 1 billion today and you want the result tomorrow, you can't get it. You can't get it.
In other words, they need to support the research institutes adequately with the right funding
and consistently. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I want, Prof, I'll give it to you. Let's give it to. My question to you, sir, is this. Today, it is projected that by 2030, every 1 in 2 persons entering the labor market is going to be from Africa. And by 2075, 1 in 3 persons in the entire globe will be what? Will be an African. That tells you that tremendously Africa is going to have a huge influence on the global space, either for good or for bad. So it's an opportunity for us to exert tremendous influence on the global space. However, it is also a disaster waiting to happen if we are unable to manage this population. So exactly what do we need to be doing right now? What are the infrastructures we need to be building now? What are the competencies, the skill sets that we need to be focusing on right now in order to prepare the teeming population of African youth for what is ahead of them?
Thank you so much for that question. And I'll still pick it up from where I stopped. Africa economies need strong leadership. Very, very strong leadership.
Leadership.
There has to be a revolution in the mindset or the thinking process of our leaders. All right? So that has to happen. That's number one. Then number two, we want to see more private sector investments into our economies. All right? For example, when I came back from England, having seen how technology works there, I visited my alma mater, and I discovered there were a lot of gaps. You know, for example, in their libraries, you see where they stock project work. You know, normally when you're graduating, they say, submit one project to library, submit one to faculty, and all of those. And then you find out the whole place is congested, is dusty, and you begin to ask maybe the librarian there, can I have access to a project material that was done 10 years ago, 15 years ago? You can have it. All right? So, whereas we could have created an indexing platform where with a search, then you'll be able to get any project material, no matter how old that project material is. So that drove me into, I said I'm not going to stay abroad, I'm going to stay here. That drove me to building a platform, IWEMI, all right, that's focusing on helping our government schools set up repositories, set up indexing platforms that can solve some of this problem. Remember, IWEMI is just doing one part of the problem. There are many problems that the society has. My sister talked about the innovation hub. Now, the innovation hub can't come from our government. They don't want to do it, okay? So it's private sector that needs to invest in the innovation hubs, understanding that the industry will need some of the the products of those universities.
I don't mean to interject, stop your thoughts. You talked about the innovation hub. Now, the innovation hub, because we want some take-homes from this discussion. The innovation hub you spoke about and is speaking about Should it be at the university level, the secondary school level, the primary school level, the state level, local government level? How do you think that we can best organize these innovation hubs in such a way that it can be effective? Because just setting up innovation hub may not just be it. At what levels can this innovation hub?
Let me help you with that question.
Please, yeah.
Remember also that resources are limited.
I was coming to that.
All right. So, if you want to do innovation hub the way it's supposed to be done in developed societies, it cuts across all those tiers, levels that you just mentioned. But for Nigeria, we can't do it at all levels. So we will focus on the tertiary.
Tertiary. University level?
University level.
Okay.
So at that point, you begin to prepare them. Shell used to have something like that. I think it's the SIDP.
SITP, yeah?
SITP, right?
Okay.
And then my very good friend in InterSwitch, the group managing director, has started to now invest because we always have this type of discussions all the time. So he started investing in innovation hubs. For example, if you go to University of Benin, where he graduated, he started setting up a very huge hub in their engineering department. All right, so we need more private sector participation. So we might negotiate with government to say, okay, look, can you give us tax waivers? Because truly, Nigeria is a difficult environment to do business in. So if we're investing in innovation hub, helping you to bring out ready-made graduates for the industry, can you give us tax waivers? Something like that. Because the truth is, our government is not, I'm sorry to say that, they are not looking at solving this problem for us. They are not looking at it. They can just say it on their mouth. They are politicians. They're not going to do it. So, but we are saying, if government could focus on just creating an enabling environment, investing in institutions, our judiciary, so that private businesses can thrive. We know that, look, even if there is conflict, we have a reliable judiciary we can go to that can uphold decisions without fear nor favor. All right? Create roads, for example. Now, the private sector can then invest in those intrinsics, like the innovation hubs, like, some education infrastructure, like what UAMI has got today, where we are partnering with institutions at zero cost. Because we understand that these universities are not properly funded. So they can't afford it. An institutional repository is $100,000. So you're not going to expect a government university who is still crying for funds to even pay staff to set up an institutional repository. So private sector participation, that's what I'm saying. Private sector participation. Let us understand that this government can't do it. They will not do it. Let us not be too optimistic. But let them focus more on creating enabling environments.
I want to tie that to what Professor Falodu spoke about earlier on. I think we're trying to round up one or two questions more before we round up. He spoke about you having industry participation in our faculties. I think that is very, very key. Because, like we said, we are training students who are not fit for purpose. And I give you a typical example. I did my PhD in South Africa. And you find out that in South Africa, first and foremost, there is no way anybody would admit you for PhD if you do not have funding. And guess what? Many of my colleagues were actually doing PhD on challenges that are associated with specific industries. In other words, Telkom South Africa, for example, have a PhD student in the engineering department. He is fully sponsored by Telkom. However, the challenge was identified in Telkom. However, the student was domiciled in the Faculty of Engineering in my school, doing that PhD, solving a particular problem. And I think this is something very instructive for us as academics, because many of us here are academics. Industry should be able, let us identify problems that are relevant to industries, so that by the grace of God, when you identify that problem, industry will be ready to fund that problem, and your student doesn't need to pay for the PhD program. Now, finally, as we try to round up, there are two questions I really want to ask. You spoke about funding. Many of us feel that Nigeria is a very rich country. if you go and look at our budget is not up to the budget of, very small states in the United States of America, California, and what have you. As an entire nation, our budgets are not as much as that. In other words, we are very, very poor country, although we have potentials. So my question now is, what are the innovative financing? Because we need money. We need money to do all of these developments we have mentioned. Without money, we can't accomplish this. For example, it was estimated that we need about $600 billion investment every year for the next 10 years in order to bring Africa to be at par with other continents of the world. So what are the innovative financing models we should be looking at in trying to finance these developmental aspirations that we are looking at?
Okay. Again, just want to add it again, as I'm still coming back to strong leadership. All right? I think is the core problem. Where you have a country where we are borrowing external funds just for consumption. It doesn't make sense. Okay, you are borrowing funds that are supposed to invest in educational institutions, invest in your agriculture, but those funds you are using for personal consumption. I don't think that country will ever survive. All right? So having said that about leadership, I'm of the view, again, I keep on saying that we must have more and more private sector involvement in what we're doing. Even in roads, for example, private sector can, have a discussion with, I've seen that happen even in China, where it says a communist country. Okay, you can have a solid agreement with your government where they give you maybe a certain stretch of roads to build. So you build and you toll. All right, you build it, you toll, just to ensure that that road is being maintained.
So you are suggesting that the federal government, for example, could give this particular bypass section to a private investor who can, fix that road, toll the road, and recoup his investment and hand it over back to the federal government. You feel that model will work better?
That is the model that can work in Nigeria right now. Because
so what is actually stopping federal government to doing this, if it will work?
It's a myriad of problems, I told you that. The mindset, there has to be a revolutionary mindset on the part of our leaders. So imagine a leader that you vote in today, maybe this year, 2025, and the next election is 2029. He's not thinking about fulfilling the mandate or the promise that he made to Nigerians. He's already thinking about how to raise money for 2029 election. So those road constructions, they won't allow private sectors to come in. Why? Because that's where they also make money for elections. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
So I think we need to have a proactive private sector that is saying this country is ours. All right, we want to invest in it. We want to solve this problem. Give us tax waivers if you can. Government, remove your hand from business. Government is not supposed to do business. Government is supposed to focus on institution, maintaining, a good environment for business to thrive. All right, that is government, responsibility. Government should not be involved in business. So the earlier the private sector stands up and begin to take this initiative, I don't think we'll be able to make progress as a country.
Thank you very much, Prof. Let me ask you this question. It's tied to this question. So you can take the mic, Prof. It's tied to this question because we are talking about funding mechanisms to address our problem, our challenges that will take us to the next level. Now, if you go to the state of Texas in the United States, that's just one example. Your son is there. Now, 1 in every 2 doctors in the state of Texas is a Nigerian. Now, my question is, how can we leverage on the expertise, and many of them are rich. They want to come back to this country, to invest in this country. Their intellectual resources, and their financial resources. But what do you think we can do to attract the expertise and deep pockets of these people as we round up?
This question is very clear, quite clear, that ordinary Nigerian, every Nigerian can answer it.
Oh, okay.
Are they well paid?
Remuneration.
Remuneration is so poor.
Oh.
I wouldn't allow my son, having read medicine, to remain here, to be paying him 300,000 naira, which is not up to, how many converted? Up to $200. Whereas a nurse in the United States that's well trained earns $5,000. Then a medical doctor that's well trained gets up to $11,000. So compare it to what he earns here. Will you work here?
Okay, so remuneration is a factor.
The money is not here to pay them. Individuals are consuming them. About 95% of Nigerians who are wealthy traded in government money. It's government money, not that they work hard for it. They don't work hard for it. It's government money.
One of our panelists from the UK would want to speak to this. Professor Ekato is an environmental law expert. I believe, Prof, can you hear me? Prof, can you hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me as well?
Okay, you need to speak loud a little, sir. Oh, good. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome to the panel. My last question, I think this is actually very fitting to your response, please. The question was, how can we leverage on the expertise of Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora, as well as their deep pockets, bring it back to this country? You are in the UK, for example. What exactly do you think the government or any other stakeholder need to do to attract you back to this country, bringing your expertise and your resources?
Thank you very much. Even though I live in the UK, most of my research is focused on Nigeria.
Please increase the volume.
Even though I live in the UK, stuff I do is focused on Nigeria. I don't know, can you hear me? Hello?
We are struggling to hear you, sir. Can you please increase the volume?
Okay, let me just...
We can hear you now.
Okay. I don't know where I'm sitting. I said, for me, I think everything depends on... I live in the UK, but I do a lot of stuff in Nigeria. I'm like the International Law Association Nigerian Chair, Teacher of International and SDGs. The Deputy Editor-in-Chief of the first Corpus Law Index Journal by After Babalola University. So in my own way, I'm already contributing as... I don't see myself as a Nigerian or living in Nigeria. I see myself as a Nigerian who is based abroad, but all intents and purposes, I'm a Nigerian. So I don't see myself as an expatriate. So I just want to clarify that. But in terms of what the government can do, I think for the first thing, we as academics, we have to start first. We have to start collaborating. We need to collaborate first. We need to do papers together. We need to do funding together. We need to make our research attractive for the government to invest in. And in my own part as well, I've done a lot of collaborative activities with different agencies in Nigeria. And the government can and should be able to leverage on our expertise, what we are doing. But that doesn't mean that the government should undermine what is being done in Nigeria. Because I'm abroad doesn't make me special or different to anybody in Nigeria. So I see myself, collaboration is very, very key. And one way to get investment is through funding. Through collaborative funding. There are opportunities of getting funding from UK government. I remember a couple of years ago, 2018, I got some funding to do a workshop in Uniben on implementing SDGs. And after that funding, we did an edited book project by Routledge. So that was a fund that the UK government gave to us to do. So from a Nigerian perspective, do I actually have access to funding from Nigerian government? Can Nigerian government actually attract me? It will be very, very difficult for them to say, okay, I want to attract Idahosa from Idahosa or to bring funding. So there is a win-win situation. It's symbiosis. What am I going to benefit as well? If I'm bringing my expertise, for example, can they actually pay me? Or can they give me what I want? Would I be undermined will I be seen as a threat? So there are a lot of things to consider, not just us coming to Nigeria. I come to Nigeria frequently. I do a lot of stuff in Nigeria, but it has to be a symbiotic relationship. What will I benefit? What will BIU benefit? What will Nigerian government benefit? And what will society benefit? It's not a one-way traffic. So it has to be a holistic solution to it. And we, in our only two way, we don't need to be in Nigeria to contribute to what is happening in Nigeria. We try to do our best and project the image of the country through our research, through our writing, and every other stuff. Thank you for the opportunity to have my own bit to it.
Thank you very much. Yep. Doc, please. Okay.
Yeah, so I also think that we need to start, and I know I said it earlier on, but we need to start to think like Nigerians and start to package our problems as Nigerian problems. So I don't think an Oyibo man can cook egusi soup more than me. It's my recipe, it's my style, it's how I'm going to cook it, right? So there's a way you will package your own problem and you are already solving it, funding will come and meet you. So you have to identify something that Nigerians will pay for. Because we are also a very poor country, we don't like to pay for service. People don't have disposable income to pay for anything. But it has to be something that annoys people or pains people, gives them a lot of discomfort to do. Once you identify that problem, you package it in such a way that people will pay for it. By the time people start paying for it and you get visibility, everybody is attracted to success and funding will come. So as students...
In other words, the problem is not the funding. The problem is identify a problem that is sellable.
Yes, because
money would come naturally because people need that service.
Exactly. People will pay you for a problem as long as you can identify.
Solve that problem.
Yes, identify, solve, and it has to be a problem that is consistent. So for instance, if it is a bowl, you package a bowl and give to me. If I buy 10 of those bowls, I don't need bowls anymore. So it has to be a problem that I need to consistently have so that you have me repeating my usage of your product.
So that also means money coming in consistently.
So if I say to you on my balance sheet, I have done 5 million, 10 million, I need 15 million. I've shown you how from 2,000 naira we went to 5 million to 10 million.
I guess we are getting it. Academics, lecturers, intellectuals, the problems you are solving with your projects, let it be a problem that affects somebody. Don't just solve a problem that is just in isolation. And that is what makes the Mark Zuckerbergs, the Elon Musk, and what have you, the Benson, what do you call it now? Jeff Bezos. That's what differentiates them from every other person. They were actually students. Some of them dropped out of school. The moment they identified that problem, they ran with that problem, and they knew that once they solved this problem, money will come in.
Thank you very much. Our co-panelist has emphasized a point consistently, the issue of infrastructure, which I want to describe as social infrastructure. By the special grace of God, I have visited several Asian countries. You can have a 5-star hotel that has no borehole. It depends on public water supply.
Which is efficient and effective.
Efficient and effective. You can have a hotel without standby generator. Yet, power will not fail. We have visited a farmer in India processing rice that has no generator. All he has is a motor to run the machine. All he needs to do is to switch it on. And it moves. Please, government needs to invest in social infrastructure. It could be by PPP arrangement, as our Oga has said.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, sir.
Go on, sir.
We have our youth. Be business-minded. How will he get petrol to fuel his generator? We go to the barber shop. We know how they are managing now. We know what it was 5-10 years ago, and we know what it is with them now when you enter a barber shop. It's not as flourishing as it used to be in terms of comfort of the place, because they spend so much on what government is supposed to provide with ease.
So
excuse me, sir. Okay. Now, when you talk of economic development, you are talking of value addition.
Beautiful.
So
I have not heard that word since. I think I'm very
value
happy I'm
addition.
that now.
And the industry needs the social infrastructure for value addition. This is why Michelin left Nigeria, power supply. This is why Dunlop left Nigeria. And they went to Ghana, where they are sure of power supply. So social infrastructure is very, very important. Even if we impart all the skills, how will the businessman, the business center, small business center operate, buying fuel at the current rate?
So talking about value addition, are you in sync with the latest policy of government to ban the export of shea butter? Recently, government banned shea butter, the export of shea butter.
Okay.
And the farmers are actually suffering right now because government wants to, the excuse was that they want to add value to shea butter in-country valorization of the shea butter before it is exported. So don't export the raw shea butter.
Yeah.
So what do you say to that? Are you in support of that?
I'm in support of it.
You're in support
But
of that.
the enabling environment must be provided for value addition.
In other words, they should have faced it.
Oh, thank you.
So that they can accommodate the sufferings of the... Thank you very much. Before I come to the audience, if you have one or two questions, as we try to wrap up, I will ask one more question from here, and I'll come to the audience for you to ask questions. Remember, the fourth industrial revolution is about AI revolution as well. And there is this talk in town that AI is going to take our jobs. And the big question is, you are spending money going to school. For those of you who are postgraduate students and who are, still climbing the ladder, you spend money, building your career, and all of a sudden, AI takes your job. What's the future of work? What's the future of work pari pursue this AI revolution?
So, this is something, like we get often with students and, parents and everybody. So,
please hold on your
a
thoughts.
simple example.
Hold on your thoughts, ma.
Yeah.
Because my last question is going to be, and I want to just bring it out first before I go to the audience. I'll go to the audience and come back to my last question after you answer this question. And my last question is going to be like, if President Tinubu, and it's going to be to all my panelists, if today you have audience with President Tinubu and he tells you, please give me a 5 to 10 years agenda to leapfrog Nigeria to the place of Singapore in 10 years, what will that agenda look like? What will that roadmap look like? Please just think about that question, because every one of my panelists would answer that question. But for now, what are we doing to recalibrate and re-strategize to ensure that we secure work of the future in the face of AI revolution?
Okay, so you can't remove human beings from certain things. Even creation of AI, using of AI, working of AI. AI is garbage in, garbage out. So for instance, let's talk about prompt engineering. ChatGPT, for example, Gemini AI, if you are not smart, it will give you a response that is not smart, because you are not prompting it in a smart way. So when you say AI is going to take your job, I would say do your job first and do it very well. But also do not stop learning, number one. Do not stop relearning, number two. Number three, you cannot remove the human factor from AI. You need the human to prompt. You need the human to create. You need the human being to think. It is when you ask questions or you want to use AI, it scrubs all what we have been doing for the past how many years on the internet and gives you the answer. It's not getting answer. Those models were trained on human interaction. So if you stop thinking, AI stops thinking. For jobs that will not be relevant, it happens everywhere. There are times where certain jobs just go into extinction. You just have to think of better ways to do your job. So for instance, you start to find a way to infuse AI into your job. I do like an advocacy for lawyers where I say you need to start to infuse technology in the curriculum for law. We can't run away from it. if it's going to take your job, you are not going to stay jobless. You have to find a way to start to think. We also need to stop thinking that once you finish the university, that's the end of learning. I'm a lawyer, I have 2 degrees, I'm a cloud engineer, I'm a DevOps engineer, I do programs management. There's almost nothing I cannot do. So you should
Please, can you put your hands together for that?
So you should be able to sit down and think. If, for instance, I see that AI is taking cloud computing, okay, have we moved to the point where human interaction is now what we need to make money from? Learn how to do human interaction. Learn how, just keep evolving and be very quick thinking. Because I think another thing we do is we sit down and wait. So now they are saying AI is going to take our jobs. It's going to ask yourself, the job I'm doing now, is it possible? You can even ask the AI itself, is it possible that in the next 5 years you will take my job?
In other words, that's why we're having this discussion now.
So if it says yes, then you ask it, what can I do in order to be relevant in the next 5 years in this my job? For instance, photographers. I can generate pictures that I don't need to go to a studio for. So photographers should start thinking, okay, how do I now become relevant in the next 5 years?
Even lecturers,
Exactly.
professors.
Your
lecture notes can be generated by AI.
So we need to start to think.
So you need to be ahead.
Innovative in your
Thank
thinking.
You very much.
It's
Mr. Ejiofor, you want to
essentially
speak to
comes
this?
back to you as a human being.
Thank you very
how
much.
How you think.
Okay, we'll listen to Mr. Ejiofor on this. Then we'll go to the audience. Then we'll come back for the final round of questions.
All right, thank you very, very much. If I have the privilege to meet Bola Tinubu today.
No, that's the question. That question is not coming now. We're talking to AI and the future of work.
Wow.
Do you see AI as a threat to our future work?
AI is such a wonderful tool. It's such a wonderful tool that we all need for us to get to the next level. So it's not going to take your job. What AI is going to do is to support what you are doing. All right? In fact, I was very happy when the NUC made a policy about bringing in AI curriculum into our tertiary institutions. So I thought that was a very fantastic move, by the NUC. So AI is something useful. In fact, you need to understand it, you need to learn it. Take courses in AI, all right? It's there to make life easy. 3 months ago, I called my business analyst team and said, look, we are now seeing AI providing platforms for people for research purposes, all right? So how can we collaborate with AI, all right? And it was so interesting what my business analyst team came up with, on how to integrate AI into our platform, which has been very, very useful. So I'm of the view that AI should, be taught at all levels in this country. Right?
Okay, thank you very much. So the bottom line is let us continue to learn, relearn, evolve, and use AI as tools. And finally, to the audience, if we have 1 or 2 questions, we'll take 1 or 2 from the audience. Then I'll come back to my team here and we'll draw the curtain here. Any questions from the audience? Yes, Prof, please. Let's give the mic to Prof. Any other question? Any other questions? Otherwise, okay, 1 over there. We can take 1 more if we... Okay, 2. All right, I think that would be okay. 4 questions.
Well, first of all, thank you, the panelists, for the work that you have done. But mine is not a question, just comment. My observation, not just here alone, but in most of the areas I visited in Nigeria or institution, what I observe is that Nigerians always complain. They overblow the challenges. Please, let us erase that attitude from our minds. You see, the word of God has assured us, and it's clear, obvious. He said, you are gods. Whatever you say it will be, it will be. And that is what I believe in it. I can bring water from the rock. I've done it many. So, but Nigerians, and so we lecturers, we should not sow the seed to our children, our students. Oh, this, oh, this, oh, this. You went to Singapore, you went to Malaysia, you went to Asian countries. What did you do in your environment with the knowledge you have acquired? First, let me say this. I'm happy at Edo Innovation Hub, what you have said. See, if we want our institution to revamp, reposition this country, our beloved country, Nigeria, there has to be a triple helix model. There's nothing wrong with Edo Innovation Hub. It was set up by a very great man, eminent man, a man that is beyond human being, that is Obaseki. For Edo Innovation Hub to collaborate with the Faculty of Computing. Let me tell you, right now in Nigeria, we have first class that are not certified by Oracle. What the industry needs is not first class, is that you are good, you are certified in Oracle. If they want to engage in Google, it's not whether you have first class in Nigeria, but here, every convocation, vice chancellors in Nigeria, they feel very proud to say, I have 30 first class, 50 first class. 50 first class that computer scientists not certified in professional programs, and you open your mouth to say so, it's an aberration. That is number one. See, because I believe in practical things. What we are going to do as part of the deliverables of this conference, Edo Innovation Hub be ready. You are going to get a memo from my office for there to be a collaboration between BIU.
Please put your hands together
office.
for that. Put your hands together for that.
Yes. Secondly, my other comment, we have a lot of research institutes in Nigeria. How come they are not collaborating with universities? With the money you are having, but what has come, look at them, most of them they are not running to play like civil service. It's a research institute. There is what we call, you improvise if you don't have the sophisticated or state-of-the-art equipment. She says so. A white man cannot cook egusi more than you. But let me tell you, that is wrong. Right now, a white man can cook egusi more than you. Are you yeah, with technology. So, what is necessary for research institutes? I mentioned it to you briefly, which I also did with NIPRID. Go and find out. Research institute. Right now in Nigeria, you know why they will not go, they will not move forward? Because one, the concept of appointment, who becomes the executive director, is wrong, fundamentally wrong. That is number one. When you look at the criteria for appointment, it's wrong. Then number two, the individuals that are there, they have an orientation. The orientation is completely wrong. They are not giving targets. This is a country where people are not giving targets. Even in the university, what is wrong with the dean, with the vice chancellor? You call all the directors. If Benson University does not become number 2 in webometry ranking by next year, your job will be fired. You go. That's how it is. We must be giving targets as human beings. But I've seen a situation whereby people just collect salary and we all talk and talk and talk. Want to be like US. Look at the countries in US, for example, or universities in US. Professor Asomota is here, is there. What is wrong with the Faculty of Agric, Benson University? I've given them a template now. Can you not have BIU Orchard? Can you not BIU Institute of Horticultural Technology? They said what they ask is where's money? Where's money? People are asking where's money. But it's first of all, it's the knowledge, the mindset. And so, in line with what Madam has said, I agree with her perfectly. The first thing is that everybody wants to buy solution in Nigeria. Even in the world, as I am, by the grace of God, I provide solution for people outside the country. Not Nigeria. Nigeria is not my market. It's not my market. It's true. From the work I do, it's not my market. If I spend, as I've spent more than 1 hour here, I've lost a huge amount of money. We have what it takes. But you see, it's one thing to know that you work in a research institute or you are a professor here, that you know the power that you have. Most people don't know what they have. And that is why they will get buried, they will retire and get buried. All their talent will be buried. Please, let us transform our society. Let us stop complaining politicians are not funding tertiary institutions. That is not true. If I tell you what happened in public university, we have to tell ourselves the truth. Lot of funding. Where's the money going to? Where's the money going to? You provide grants, now people will go and roof their houses. They are not addressing solutions, they are not providing, yes. That is the truth. So what we are going to do in Benson Idahosa University, if the management decide to buy it, first, it will have what they call a policy of taking classroom to the industry model. What I just said a little bit here, what that means is this. For every student in BIU, you must have the industry component before you graduate. Yes. We say you have electrical engineering. You cannot, it's not to assemble a solar panel. You cannot produce. So how do you learn how to produce? Because in technology, you copy. It's allowed. So what will happen? We'll identify an industry that is involved in production. We'll sign an MOU with them. Every student you see, the AUC has given you the minimum benchmark. They are not saying you should not enrich your program. In Idahosa Polytechnic, for example, when I got there, I said MBTE. I went to MBTE. What we need to do is this. We are going to follow your minimum benchmark, but we will enrich our program. So I went to Nigerian Bottling Company. I went to Fertilizer Company. I said I engaged them as lecturers to be part of the system. And that, I also want to say this here. The VC is not here. Not that by the time we start bringing these people, you, the lecturers within, you'll be afraid. You'll be afraid. You'll be rejecting them. I brought them, and they now brought what they need in the industry. I will now incorporate it to our curriculum. Do you understand it now? A job, for example, can bring what they have there and incorporate it to the faculty of computing, cyber security, name it, cloud computing, networking. And when they do that, you see, a job now can now know that when you go to Benson, if anybody is looking for a cloud computing expert, they will just say, go to Benson Idahosa University. It's not theory now, it's not first class. Throw away first class. That's the truth. So, the approach we are going to use is a very practical approach. And that is why we are looking at industry-academia interface. We must have it. For research institute, I'm happy that I've discussed with the chief executive, Dr. Lango. I discussed with her. I discussed with that of NIFO. I discussed with most of them. All we need to do, we'll send a memo. For example, it's also an aberration by the federal government for you to be a research fellow and end up in NIFO or Robert Research Institute. You can be a professor. And for you to be a professor there, because you see, motivation is very key. For you to be a professor, you will have a collaboration with the university. We will be solving the problem of Nigeria. Then you will be supervising students. When your assessment comes, it is the department where you are here that will assess you. Then you not become professor. After when you are professor, there's not a professor of Benson, that's how you see. They say professor of mechanical engineering. Now, so yes, I gave that template in NIPRID. I told you, Professor what is it called now? A major is one of the products. It's being celebrated now all over the world. So that is what we can do. And that's why in coming to BIU, we are not going to be looking like NAFDAC has made presentation. So the other thing we also got the deliverables from this is that, see, NAFDAC, name the industries that are here. This place is fertile for you to come and build research institute. We have a lot of space here, ground, campus A, campus B. Come and have a research institute. Because a university cannot translate knowledge into words without institute, domicile. So we are valuable. So Edo Innovation Hub, you don't need to struggle with your space over there. All you need to do, for example, we can produce all these cell batteries. When you look at these cell batteries that have been produced, you see, I also want to tell you, this is what I'm telling you, please listen to me. This is what I'm telling you this, is this. Whatever program that is not institutionalized will phase out. When you look at Chinese product, most of the time you see institute of this, institute of this. So you can have a strong collaboration. We can be producing, and it will be Benson Idahosa and Edo Innovation Hub. It will be a perfect, this thing. I also want to align myself with what the CEO of Iwemi. Benson Idahosa University, one of the things of this, one of the delivery of the workshop, that we want to position this university to be recognized globally, global recognition. For example, all lecturers here should also be very willing to upload their research materials, to upload their lecture notes on the website. and let me see. The reason is the VC right now has deployed Tonichi software. First of all, check for plagiarism. And students can access your lecture note from anywhere. You don't need to give them here, go and make photocopy. With that, when they click on the website 50 times, 10,000 times, what happens? Your rating will go up. That's why Covenant University, look at it now, landmark that was just established a few years ago is now going with Covenant. It means that there's something that they are doing that is unique. Why can we not replicate it here? This university was established even before Covenant. So we are going to start inwards. I believe in practical solution. So we don't, the challenges, please, nobody should be blaming challenges. Just look at it. When you go to China, I did research in China. I didn't go there for a conference. I stayed in China 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. In Guangzhou. When you go to China, somebody that is producing your handset is just a mother, father, and son. They will have 2 rooms. One room will be up, one will be down. The room up where will be warehouse. They produce, they go and put in warehouse. They are the ones shipping it to you. And you see, the Nigerian ecosystem, don't also blame our political leaders. Our ecosystem here gives room for innovation better than advanced countries. Can you do research with animal studies in the US? But here you are at liberty to do many things. You can even use human beings to do research. And that is the truth. That's the truth. Have we taken advantage of that? So we have a lot that we can do. For example, you can have investment of 3 billion naira here. You are not paying tax. You buy a property of 500 million naira. No single one, but you do your transfer from your phone. And so we can take advantage. Those are, I'm sure by 2026, the government will stop all those nonsense. But again, what I'm trying to say is that the ecosystem here is very conducive for research.
Thank you very much, sir.
Power. I want to say this power because our tertiary institutions always complain about power. It's also an error. How can you have professors of engineering? What are you professing? Because here we believe in papers. Go to Afe Babalola and go and sit down. Go there. They provide their electricity. They provide their water. They provide their granules. You go there. If you take 20,000 naira there, you must spend 20,000 in that campus. You can't live there. So if the management of the university wants to do something drastic, all the faculty members, you give them a target. If you refuse to translate what you have into words, you will go away.
Prof, you also, in giving that target, you also need to support the faculty.
Of course.
Because you're asking them to transform the laboratories without reagents in the lab.
Okay, let me tell you how it works. We are entering into partnership now.
Good.
There's no university in the world. Listen, I've been to Harvard. I did a program in Harvard. There's no university in the world that has everything complete. When you get to Harvard, you want to run GCMS. They'll say you go to Stanford, go and do it. You not take vehicle. Then you now have, listen, I want to tell you something.
Prof, the point you made is very germane.
You know why I'm saying
sorry, sir. Let me interject, sir. From Harvard to Stanford, but do you believe that if I am running research in microbiology lab, for me to do another medical lab science have the equipment, microbiology cannot access the lab of medical lab science. And you want us to move?
That is internal matter.
So thank you very much. No, I'm bringing this. You are making a very germane point.
I want to also let you know this. You know why? It is common with those people in the south here, the Benins, the Edo people. It's common with them because I don't know the kind of Christianity they profess. When somebody enters, they close their file, they close their document. Meanwhile, you say you love the person, so they don't want to share. They don't want to share. Now, let me tell you this: when I'm talking of collaboration for you to get the state-of-the-art equipment. For example, I told Faculty of Agric, what is wrong with the management of this university pays a course call to IITA Ibadan. I said, yes, Faculty of Agric want to collaborate with you. Now, you know the benefit of that collaboration, once it's approved, the people here can use the equipment free of charge. That's how you produce papers. Excellent. That is it. What is wrong with management? Say, pay a course visit and go to free at Ibadan. All this thing I'm saying, I did it in Use. Free gave me over 5,000 seedlings, free of charge. So what I'm trying to say, yeah, there should be a strong collaboration. That's why we're organizing this conference. This conference, there's collaboration. You must collaborate. Professor Ekato mentioned it just now. He's in Bath University. We have another one in Leeds University. We have another one in Switzerland. All the lecturers need to do now is to collaborate. We have laid the foundation now. But if you don't collaborate, that partnership will be zero. Are you getting it? So, BIU is taking the lead in all this area. And so, very soon, you're also going to expect a letter. My sister, madam, my sister, Iwemi, and research institute.
Global research, yeah.
Yes, the letter is this. You are going to be associate lecturers in our faculties here.
Yes.
You are going to be associate lecturers in our faculty. And thank you very, very much. God
Thank
bless
you very much. Put your hands together for our convener, Professor Abiodun Falodu. Yes, number 2 person there, that hand up there. Please, quickly. Give it to Dr. Okay, are you ready? Please make the question brief.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Alex Orukwe from National Space Agency. I'm very pleased to be here today. Thank you very much. But I don't really have question to say in order just to make one comment or to just to portray what Prof has said. I will not repeat what
It has to be brief, please.
Yes. The only thing is that we have to look inward. That is what I want to say. We have to look inward. Assume it's even possible for us to cut off other parts of the world and let us look deeply.
Like China
into
did for 40 years.
That is,
Like Mao did. You mentioned Mao.
We have communication satellite. Nigeria has 3 working satellites currently.
I actually wanted to ask you that question.
Yes,
Why have we not
Nigeria
launched our own
have 3
satellites?
working satellites. The NICOMSAT, which is Nigeria Communication Satellite, is working. If I ask AIT that is there now, you check. The person provided their network now is not in Nigeria. And you discover that they might be using UK or US. They will not use Nigeria. They will not use Nigeria Communication Satellite. Now, there was also an higher institution.
So what can we do differently?
That is
briefly.
what I said. We should cut off everybody that is other world, so we can look deeply inside.
Okay.
It's for me and you to value each other.
Okay.
There was something collaboration with each other. I see my sister now. What can she do? There are things she knows that I don't know.
Okay.
Can I kind of collaborate with her, even if I knew when the mother
So
was
let us
married?
look
So that we will look
inwards.
inward.
Thank
That
you
is
very
number
much.
1.
God bless you, sir.
Number 2 is that please, this conference is a very nice one.
Thank you.
Please, all the deliverables today, we must also kind of set up implementation committee plan.
Yes, I think there is a communique committee. There is a communique committee taking notes.
They will kind of reply us and open up.
Yes, there is a communique committee taking notes. Thank you very much, Professor Agbodion.
Thank you for this opportunity to talk. Because this, the host of this workshop is a Christian and faith-based university. So one is encouraged to talk so that we can speak the truth to ourselves. And I want to commend the panelists for what they have said so far. You know, in the political scene, there is a clamor that we should revert, to regional system of government. Why are people saying that? People that benefited from free education those days, they are the ones in power. And they have shielded us away from, free education. So the problem we have today is partly government and partly us. If I drop a message to the organizer of this thing now, I need the best person here to come and fill one position. There is this tendency to tilt it towards himself so that he will bring his person. And that is tribalism, nepotism, and those things are killing us. And at government level, because I have served as a chief executive before, when you get to Abuja, there is one obnoxious policy which we are not too familiar about, federal character. It is killing this country, federal character. No matter how qualified you are, once your quota, the quota of your state is filled up, they must take person that is less qualified than you to occupy that
So we should do away with nepotism. We should do away with tribalism.
Then there is another one we practice within ourselves, lack of collaboration. We do not have confidence in ourselves. And some of the panelists, they have mentioned, especially in academia. I don't know what is scaring people. You do not want to collaborate with anybody. When it concerns a project, you know that some people will be able to make contribution to. Thank God those panelists that have traveled outside, they have worked in China, they have worked in India, they have worked in Singapore. How did you do it? Was it solo effort? Then there is also this great disconnect between academia and the industry.
Okay.
University does not want to see anybody from the research institute. That is the truth.
Okay, I think Professor Falodu is already giving us a template to solve that in BIU by the grace of God. I think we'll be taking a cue from that. Thank you very much, sir. To that, thank you. Please put your hands together for him. Yes. And after that, okay.
So to answer the question why we are not collaborating is also rooted in how we learn. Competition. I want to be the best. So my research has to be the best. We need to start to think collaboration instead of competition. Bring your own, I bring my own, we all bring the best. If we all, exactly. So it's still rooted in competition. So we need to downplay competition and start to emphasize on collaboration.
Thank you very much. Okay, your question, please.
Thank you so much. Bamigbe David Oluwaseun, a PhD student of animal science and animal technology of this great university. I want to sincerely appreciate Professor Falodu. He has been pouring fuel in the fire in me. I'm the MD of Prime Animal Healthcare Consultants Limited, popularly known as Animal Healthcare Center, also the chief promoter of Farm Africa Agritech. By the grace of God, just like he have said, we do more of talking instead of taking actions. And by God's grace, I've been partnering with Faculty of Agric at BIU. If you go there as we speak, even today, there's a program there working on the fish ponds. We are putting battery cages there to work on these things. Although job is there, there was a time they contacted me to saying, I've trained, by God's grace, I've trained many that are masters in the industry, that are MDs of their own. I may not be able to mention their names now, but I remember one time they contacted me to train some persons. And I really said, no problem, bring them, I'm going to do this for free. But to date, we didn't see anything. And as I speak, we have numbers of students we train in this thing. In the field of agri, there are so much potentials that can be tapped. By God's grace, from my animal feed production, I've diversified into energy and many others.
Thank you very much.
I want to appreciate Prof for what he has said, and I don't know if I can be privileged after now to have a meeting with him to see how we can take more of actions and instead of the plenty talks.
That's the purpose for this conference. Thank you very much. Networking and collaboration. And the final question.
Good day. My name is Abdelaziz Razak Olayinka. I'm also a PhD student to the Benson Idahosa University. My question is very simple. I'm talking from the industry side of view. Innovators can actually survive without an enabling environment, quite clear. But what is the use of ideas? What is the use of good ideas when it remains at the concept level without implementation? Fine, we can all survive. I can all survive. Are there anyone that can keep that fire that burns in me? It's not everyone that can channel the same energy I use in this kind of environment we have. Farmers are going out of business because of what? Because of bad roads, because electricities. Can the innovators bring their ideas together without proper funding from the government? That is one. Another thing is, the solution is quite clear. Innovators are coming. Fine. Innovators are like innovators can as well act as mentorship, can as well act as problem solvers. But the bottom line is the neighboring country that we look towards, those people are doing these things within their circle without compromising. It will be very easy if we can train more and take them there, then bring them back, then mandate them, fund them from this our government funding, and create more. Because the industry is bleeding.
Okay,
Farmers
so
are
in
suffering.
other words, we need more funding.
We need more funding.
More funding.
And we have to involve
There are fantastic
the government.
ideas. Well, I think Professor Falodun made mention of this, and Madam also made mention of it. The problem is not funding. If you have your idea, it's a platform for you to sell your idea. That's the major problem, because if you have the right platform to sell your idea, if, for example, you bring an idea that is going to create words, and I tell you, okay, give me your business concept, and I look at it and say, oh, if I give you 10 million naira, this 10 million naira can become 100 million naira in another 2-3 years. And I see that there's a business case there. As a private individual, I would invest in that business. If you have the platform to reach me. So it's not just the government funding, So what I'm saying here is that from what you have heard from the panelists, your focus should not be the funding first. Rather, your focus is your idea. Once you bring the idea, then you can begin to talk about funding. I think we can draw the curtain there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, you have a question, sir? Okay, let that be the last question. And I will start with panelists virtually, that's virtual, that's reaching us from the UK. My last question on what your agenda will be for President Tinubu in the next 5 to 10 years to leapfrog Nigeria to the forefront of economic power. I will start with my panelists virtually before I come to my panelists here. Yes, your question.
Thank you very
please.
much, sir.
Please make it brief, sir.
Yeah, my name is Ernest Idahosa, a research officer from Rubber Research Institute.
You're welcome, sir.
I'm grateful to the downloading that Professor Falodun did. But my major concern is policy, governmental policy.
Okay.
A man known as Abalaka rose up in this country some years ago. Where is he today? Policy implementation. Somebody woke up and said 13% cassava flour should be included in bread making. But where are we today? A lot of people, they thronged into cassava farming and they came back empty-handed.
Okay, so policy somersault.
Policy implementation. So please, it is something that we really, really need to look at, because we can come up with our idea. But one policy from Aso Rock can close and render the whole of those ideas useless. So as we are working on our deliverables and setting up a committee for the community, we should also look into policies implementation.
Thank you very much, sir.
Economic embargoes must be created if we must have indoor development.
Thank you very much, sir.
Japan did it, and it fetched them a development and a place in the world. So we must consider policies implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I will go to Professor Ekato. Professor Ekato, can you hear me? Professor Ekato, can you hear me? The question once again is, if you have audience with Mr. President, I beg your pardon, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and he said, now give me an agenda for the next 5-10 years. I need an agenda that will leapfrog Nigeria from our current economic state to the forefront of an economic power, global economic power. What will that roadmap look like? If Professor Ekato is with us, can we hear you? Okay, while we wait for Professor Ekato, let us hear from Dr. Kenneth.
Okay, thank you very much. We must recognize that just as in a home, you have the father with his responsibility, the mother with her responsibility, so it is with every nation. When you talk of research, you talk of the university system, yes. There are so many things we can do on our own to make progress in our research.
No, I'm talking about Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Yeah. Nigeria is suffering economically.
Yeah.
And is interested in picking our brains as intellectuals on how we can leapfrog from here to there as an economic power in the next 5-10 years,
Exactly.
what will that roadmap look like?
Good. Thank you very much. In the intellectual environment, there's a lot we can do on our own. But the other sector, the productive sector, wants to make profit. And if it is not making profit, it will go out of business. I've said it before. The economic sector, the productive sector, the production sector needs the enabling environment to operate. If a production unit has to provide its own power, has to provide its own water, has to provide everything, then the profit margin will be very low and it cannot make progress. Social investment, provision of social infrastructure is very, very important in our environment. And that should be a major focus. If you don't achieve it, security is a second point. Why will somebody, even we here in Nigerians, how many of us travel with ease these days? You are on the road, your heart is beating very fast. You don't know who you will meet there. How will you expect an investor to come and bring his resources? When
So
he's not
security,
sure of the security,
social
of his
infrastructural
investment.
development.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for Dr. Kenneth. Yes, ma'am?
What I would say is let's feed ourselves.
Food security.
That's it. That's for me. Everything stems from hunger.
So if you can't feed well, you can't think well.
You can't think.
So it is only when you feed well, you can think
Let
well, and you can
everybody-
innovate.
Yes.
Beautiful. So feed
Just
yourself
focus
first.
on agriculture.
Food security.
Yes, just food security first.
Okay.
Let's focus on feeding people.
All right. Thank you very much. So food security. Yes, you have the floor, sir.
I'm an agronomist by profession. I've always told people I don't want any ministerial appointment, neither commissionership or a head of a unit or an organization. Give me 100 hectares of land. I'm a millionaire or a billionaire. I don't want, all I need to, I get into cocoa, I get into rubber.
So we should change the land use policy.
Definitely assist people to acquire land. I'm not talking of politicians, though. They assist them to get loan from the bank. And they'll be paying gradually. If I can get 100 hectares of land, I'm a billionaire.
Thank you very much.
Let me give you an instance.
Okay.
100 kg of cocoa goes for 1.4 million. We can pay 2 professors in the university. Do you know?
That's one bag.
One bag, 100 kg. What's it? That was one. If you listen to Lumumba, not quite long. That was
Professor Lumumba.
Nigeria is an agro. Let me tell you. Before the advent of the petrol naira, Nigeria was an agro-based economy. Cocoa in the west, Trabama cacao in the west. Go to Ekiti. Most of the professors they have there were trained by cocoa farmers.
Okay. So thank you very much, sir. Okay.
Come to this side.
We're running out of time so that we can quickly.
Braziliancy, and we had rubber. I tapped rubber when I was young. I was in Idahosa. I was tapping rubber. Now we neglected rubber. Now the elastic properties of rubber is better than that of what we call synthetic rubber. That's why they are still going for rubber. Now tire industry started.
So we should focus on agriculture.
Agri can get us out of the womb.
Recalibrate the policy around agriculture. Thank you very much. Okay, lastly, let us listen to Professor Mr. Ejiofor to give us his last word. Thank you very much. You have the last word.
All right. I would like to speak to the foundation rather than speaking to the house. And if I were to speak with our president, I would say to him that his cost of governance is too high.
The cost of governance is too high.
So
some of those monies should be channeled into infrastructure.
Exactly. So his government is involved in several businesses they ought not to be involved in. So they should allow private sector to come in.
To lead.
For example, we are part of the privatization that happened in telecoms sector in 2000, 2001. And today you can see Nitel was a heavy cost center.
Conduit pipe.
Exactly. So now Nitel is gone, so we have privatization, we have the MTNs, the Globalcom, and then there's fair competition in the market. You can make a call for 20 kobo per second, right? So government should relieve themselves of those businesses. do the same thing in the oil and gas industry. I don't know why our government is still running refineries today. It's a problem, okay? So our government should focus on regulation, all right? Our government should focus on creating an enabling environment for businesses to go. When I mean enabling environments, I'm also talking about our judiciary system. I want to make sure that as a private investor, that the court can be my last hope if there is conflict, all right? So government should get themselves involved in infrastructure, security, and regulation, that's all. And then create policies that help private sector participation. Policies like what he said right now, you know, that help private sector participation. So that's where I will stop at.
Thank you very much. Please help me celebrate my panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, I think with this, we've come to the end of this panel discussion. Time will fail me to give a synopsis of the few things we have said. But because time is not our friend, I think you will hear the details from our communique. Once again, I want to thank the Executive Director of the Roba Research Institute, ably represented by the second in command, Dr. Kenneth Omokafe. Please put your hands together to celebrate him once again. Also help me celebrate the head of Edo Innovate, Barrister Jobina Arinze. Please put your hands together to celebrate her once again. And help me celebrate our professor, Professor Osade Dame Osebota. Please put your hands together once again. And help us celebrate Mr. Ejiofor, the CEO and owner of Iwemi, that is the CEO of ROIC Africa. Please put your hands together again to celebrate him. My name is Professor Emmanuel Ojajari, and we log off from here. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Another round of applause for the panelists for this amazing panel session. Please, a group photograph, panelists, a group photograph, please. Okay, once again, let's put our hands together for our amazing panelists. They did a fantastic job. Please put your hands together for them. Right about now, we are going to go for a short break. And then by the time we are back from the break, we are going to actually begin the technical sessions. I know a lot of us have been waiting for that part of the technical sessions. But right about now, before we go for the break, I know we are being served our refreshment. The organizers of this program have requested that we go outside and take a group photograph before we come back in and take our refreshments, and then we'll go for the technical sessions after the break. So can we just stand up and just go behind the chapel hall and just take a group photograph, and then, okay, just wait behind and collect your food first, and then we'll go take the pictures, and then we'll do the break, and when we come back, we will continue the technical sessions. So the break is for 20 minutes so that we'll begin the technical session from 2 p.m. Apologies for the time spent for the panel, but we are going to try and see how we can maximize the time we have left. Once again, thank you so much for being here. We hope that you're having an amazing time, and we will continue after the break. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Enakiri Desiree, and I am a proud student at Benson Idahosa University. When it came to choosing a university, I wasn't just looking for a degree. I wanted a place that would sharpen my potentials and align with my values. Benson Idahosa University stood out as that place. Here, excellence isn't just expected, it is nurtured. Our lecturers are mentors who challenge us to think deeply, lead boldly, and grow consistently. What sets Benson Idahosa University apart is its foundation in faith. It's an environment that builds both competence and character. I'm not just gaining knowledge today, but I am being prepared to make impact, to lead, and to innovate. Benson Idahosa University is truly preparing me for global success.
Hello, my name is Joshua Tamunateli, and I'm a proud student here at Benson University. I had my reservations about enrolling into any private institution due to how one can feel restricted. And to be honest, I was wrong. The decision to come here has turned out to be an incredible journey. Benson University has helped me grow beyond just academics. Here, I found my voice, built strong friendships, and learned under lecturers who consistently challenge us to think critically and become innovative. I came to Benson University knowing little or nothing about life, but now I am a student leader. BIU is definitely shaping me for something bigger than just having a degree in my field of study. It is setting me up for global success.
Amare me no via ipome. Amare me o amare. Amare me no via ipome. Amare me o amare. What ye me buro mi na kwenye. Amare me o amare. Utie me ne uke moku. Amare me o amare. Uweni palorion mo egege. Amare me o amare. Ize palorion mo same kunye me o. Amare me o amare. Eve gbe mi ene gbe gazin yo. Amare me o amare. Omo kagiti yo amogwe. Amare me o amare. Iru payupo iru yogwa. Amare me o amare. Nimye yaga o ene gbe me o. Amare me o amare. Amane o iyo eri amo. Amare me o amare. Amare. E amare. Amare. E amare. Amare. E amare. Amare me o amare. Amare me no via ipome. Amare me o amare. Amare me no via ipome. Amare me o amare. What ye me buro mi na kwenye. Amare me o amare. Utie me ne uke moku. Amare me o amare. Uweni palorion mo egege. Amare me o amare. Ise palorion mo same kunye me o. Amare me o amare. Eve gbe mi ene gbe gazin yo. Amare me o amare. Amo kagisi yo amogwe. Amare me o amare. Amare. E amare. E amare. E amare o. Amare me o amare. Oye. Oye. Oye ropada me o. Oye ropada me. Oye. Oye. Oye ropada me oye. Oye, 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 oye. Oye ropada me o. Oye ropada me. Oye. Oye. Oye ropada me o. Oye ropada me o. Oye ropada me o. Oye ropada me. Oye ropada me o. Oye ropada me o. Oye ropada me o. Oye ropada me. Oye ropada me o. Oye. Evo ma wa kya kwe kwe kwe. Aladuna. Ibi edo me wa kya kwe okpe o. Aladuna na ya dole bo maji. E maji owo. Irokpa ma logo. Akugbo etin. Amakansi yo. Igbabo si yo. Si yo ni mi no magala bo ma. Oye nu wa. Oye nu do. Oye nu wa. Oye nu do. Oye nu wa. Oye nu do. gele. Ima ebi awo. Iya begbo tale lokie. Eo ife ti ra ne lokie. Ewo ni ye pita yo me oje me. Eo ima ebi awo. Oko. Ima ebi awo. Ima ebi awo je me o. Ima ebi awo. Ila begbo tene nogie. Eo ife ti ra ne nogie. Ewo ni ye pita yo me oje me. Eo ima ebi awo. Demi no seni na gwaligo. Gili gili gili. Demi no seni na gwalomo. Ayi me okpa we fefa. Ojare. Ojare. Oko. Demi no seni na gwaligo. Demi no seni na gwaligo. Demi no seni na gwalomo. Ayi me okpa we fefa. Oyare, oyare. Ayi me okpa we fefa. Oyare. Sanera me yomo we meje. No yagere. Yomo we meji go we meje. Ije o no yagere. No yagere. No yagere. No yagere. No yagere. Efe wedo gafe. Efe wedo gafe. Efe wedo efe. Ayi zete mi o wa ni goje o efe. Oko. Efe wedo efe. Efe wedo o. Efe wedo efe. Efe wedo efe. Ayi zete mi o wa ni goje o efe. Emi aye me gbe o wa pon. Gili gili gili. Emi aye me gbe o wa pon. Ọmọ yẹmẹ, igo yẹmẹ o, ẹ̀jẹ̀ mẹ ti yẹmẹ gbé o wa pọn. Gèlègèlè náà. Emi ayé mẹ gbé o wa pọn. Ọ̀yẹ́ yìí mẹ gbé o. Emi ayé mẹ gbé o wa pọn. Ọmọ yẹmẹ, igo yẹmẹ o, ẹ̀jẹ̀ mẹ ti yẹmẹ gbé o wa pọn. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mẹ ti yẹmẹ gbé o jẹ o. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mẹ ti yẹmẹ gbé o wa pọn. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mẹ ti yẹmẹ gbé o jẹ. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mẹ ti yẹmẹ gbé o wa pọn. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mẹ ti yẹmẹ gbé o wa pọn. Àmọ́ wa agárí mi náà mi ọmọ òjè mẹ́. Ó wá mọ́ wa gbọ́tọ̀ ní ìhà lò. Àmọ́ wa agárí mi náà mi ọmọ. Ó wá mọ́ wa gbọ́tọ̀ ní ìhà lò. Wúragé wù má bí ẹsẹ̀. Láàgò wágé. Òjè mẹ́ o. Ó wá mọ́ wa gbọ́tọ̀ ní ìhà lò. Ó fẹ́ nọ̀rọ̀ wa tá mi nọ̀rẹ́. Èmi ro wa wẹ́ láti. Ó wá mọ́ wa gbọ́tọ̀ ní ìhà lò. Ó wá o. Ó wá o. Ó wá o. Ó wá ní wínájé. Ó wá o. Ó wá o. Ó wá o. Ó wá ní wínájé. Ó wá ra mu tí a náà má ga dé. Ó wá mẹ́mu tí a mẹ́ ojú. Ó wá ra mu tí a náà má ga dé. Ó wá mẹ́mu tí a mẹ́. Ó wá ra mu tí a náà má ga dé. Ó wá mẹ́mu tí a mẹ́. Ó wá ra mu tí a náà má ga dé. Wá ra mu tí a mẹ́ o. Wá ra mu tí a mẹ́. Ó wá ra mu tí a náà má ga dé. Wá ra mu tí a mẹ́. Ó wá mẹ́mu tí a mẹ́ o. Wá ra mu tí a náà má ga dé. Wá ra mu tí a mẹ́. Ekwe ra mu mẹ́ o ra kinu wa o. Wá ra mu tí a náà má ga dé. Ó wá mẹ́mu tí a mẹ́ o jẹ́. Ó wá ra mu tí a náà má ga dé. Dèmi nọ́ra mẹ́nà sẹ́ pélépélé. Tèmi nora me no se pele.
Ẹ̀tọ́ mẹ́bọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́ oje mẹ́.
Tèmi nora me no se pele.
Ẹ̀tọ́ mẹ́bọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́ oje.
Tèmi nora me no se
Bọ́rọ̀ mẹ́
pele.
o, ẹ̀tọ́ mẹ́bọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́ oje mẹ́.
Tèmi nora me no se
Bọ́rọ̀ mẹ́
pele.
o, bọ́rọ̀ mẹ́ oje.
Tèmi nora me no se pele.
Ìhẹ́ra mẹ́ o.
Tèmi nora me no se pele.
Ẹ̀wúwúra mẹ́.
Tèmi nora me no se pele.
Iye apákàrà mẹ́ o.
Tèmi nora me no se
Bọ́rọ̀ mẹ́ o,
pele.
ẹ̀tọ́ mẹ́bọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́ oje mẹ́ o.
Tèmi nora me no se
Bọ́rọ̀ mẹ́ o,
pele.
ẹ̀tọ́ mẹ́bọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́ oje mẹ́ o.
Tèmi nora me no se
Bọ́rọ̀ mẹ́ o,
pele.
ibi ẹ̀tọ́ mẹ́bọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́ oje mẹ́ o.
Tèmi nora me no se pele.
Ọ̀nà ònà òbí go mẹ́ o.
Ọ̀nà ònà òbí go mẹ́.
Ọ̀nà ònà òbí go mẹ́ o.
Ọ̀nà ònà òbí go mẹ́.
Ọ̀nà ònà òbí go mẹ́ o.
Ọ̀nà ònà òbí go mẹ́.
Ọ̀sẹ̀ ọmọ kọ́mọ kìbí ẹ̀ bọ́ mẹ́ o.
Ọ̀nà ònà òbí go
Omi
mẹ́.
ọmọ ọmọ ẹ̀ bá yé bí ẹ̀.
Ọ̀nà ònà òbí go mẹ́.
Ìbárí ẹ̀ tó rí ẹ̀ tó bọ́ mẹ́ o.
Ọ̀nà ònà òbí go mẹ́.
Ayẹyẹ tẹ́ mẹ́rọ pamọ́ se o.
Ọ̀nà ònà òbí go
Òfin
mẹ́.
ẹ̀fẹ́ làbò dá ore o.
Ọ̀nà ònà òbí go mẹ́.
Ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ìwà o ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ọ̀nà ònà òbí go
Ọmọ
mẹ́.
bẹ́ẹ̀ nẹ̀pẹ̀ rà pé o.
Ọ̀nà ònà òbí go
Ẹ̀pẹ̀
mẹ́.
rà pé
Obi ti ọ̀sẹ̀ òyìn. Ọ̀nà ònà òbí go mẹ́.
Ọ̀nà o ọ̀nà o.
Ọ̀nà ònà òbí go mẹ́.
Ọ̀nà o ọ̀nà o.
Ọ̀nà ònà òbí go mẹ́.
Ẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbọ́n o ka zuwaka ego sàmẹ́ dẹ́bẹ̀ yìí mẹ́jọ.
Ẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbọ́n o azuaka ye.
Osanera dẹ́bẹ̀ yìí mẹ́ra mẹ́.
Ẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbọ́n o azuaka ye.
Osamẹ́ dẹ́bẹ̀ yìí mẹ́ o.
Ẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbọ́n o azuaka ye.
Dẹ́bẹ̀ yìí mẹ́ra mẹ́.
Ẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbọ́n o azuaka ye.
Osanera dẹ́bẹ̀ yìí mẹ́ra mẹ́.
Ẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbọ́n o azuaka ye.
Osanera dẹ́bẹ̀ yìí mẹ́ o.
Ẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbọ́n o azuaka ye. Ẹ̀bẹ̀.
Osanera dẹ́bẹ̀ yìí mẹ́ o. Osanera dẹ́bẹ̀ yìí mẹ́ra mẹ́ o. Osanera dẹ́bẹ̀ yìí mẹ́ o. Dẹ́bẹ̀ yìí mẹ́ o. Osanera dẹ́bẹ̀ yìí mẹ́ o. Uga gbẹmọ dẹ́kì mẹ́ o. Osanera dẹ́bẹ̀ yìí mẹ́ o. Ẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbọ́ o azuwaka ye. Ẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbọ́ o azuwaka ye. Ọ̀kì ó gbé ẹni bá ẹ̀mẹ́ o.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Can we begin to settle in back in the hall so that we can break out into the different technical sessions? Please, those of you outside, please respectfully come back inside the hall so we can resume proceedings for this event for today. The break is technically over, so let's please come back into the hall so that we can resume the proceedings for the technical sessions that we have this afternoon. The ushers, please help me to inform the people outside that they should please come back into the hall so we can resume. All our guests, all our participants, all our presenters, please come take your seats so we can inform you for the different locations for your technical sessions. This part of the event is a major reason why we are here, so let's come have our seats so that we can resume. I said we'll kick off by 2 p.m. It's 2 minutes to 2, so please let's come back and have our seats so we can resume. Please, our participants that are outside the hall, please come inside. We are going to have 4 technical sessions this afternoon at 4 different locations. One will be in this venue, another will be at the Postgraduate School Lecture Theater, and one will be at the College of Medicine Boardroom. The ushers, please help me with the participants that are outside so they come in so I can inform them where they will be going for their different breakout sessions. Can we please come back into the hall so that we can resume and be informed of the different locations for the breakout sessions? This is still the Research and Innovation Conference 2025 being hosted by Benson Idahosa University, and we are glad that you are here to join us for this event. By the way, there are some exhibitions outside. We would like you to explore them when you come outside the hall. This is to inform us that we have Glow outside, and you can get your SIM cards for free. You can also get your Glow MiFi and routers for browsing. You can also do your SIM swap and resolve other Glow-related complaints. This is from Glow Unlimited. They are just outside the hall. Also, we have Micro Farms, which is owned by our own Vice Chancellor. They produce healthy mushroom for consumption. They are also outside, which you can also patronize. And we also have amazing exhibitions outside that you can also be part of. Okay, now this is to inform us. Can we please be seated, please, so we can know where we'll be taking our technical sessions? Because I know a lot of us are eager for that session, so we need to make progress. We have 4 different area technical sessions this afternoon, and I'm going to tell us the very first. My partner will tell you the second, I'll tell you the third, and she'll tell you the fourth. So please, can we come in and be seated so we can announce these technical sessions so you can go to that session for your presentation. Okay, so for the first technical session we have this afternoon, it's going to be taking place at the main auditorium here. The first technical session that we have, the sub-theme for that session is agriculture, food security, and biotechnology. And it's going to be chaired by Professor Akoma Osondu. So if you know your presentation is related to agriculture, food security, and biotechnology, this main auditorium is where you will be doing your technical session.
The second venue for the technical session is at the postgraduate boardroom, the School of Postgraduate Studies, the boardroom. And the sub-theme is sustainable energy, climate, and environment. Sustainable energy, climate, and environment. The chairperson is Professor Stephen Enabulele. Professor Stephen Enabulele. For those of us that are not familiar with the school environment, you can meet any of the ushers to direct you to the School of Postgraduate Studies.
Okay, now for the next technical session. So for the next technical session, it will be taking place at the College of Medicine boardroom. Now this technical session is for those in IT and digital revolution, law and humanities. So if that is your session, please take note. It will be happening at the College of Medicine boardroom for IT and digital revolutions, law and humanities. And that section is going to be chaired by Professor Kingsley Obayagbon, who is also the Dean of the Faculty of Computing. I'll take that one more time. For the other technical session, for those in IT and digital revolution, law and humanities, that session is taking place at the College of Medicine boardroom and chaired by Professor Kingsley Obayagbon.
And the final location is the School of Postgraduate Lecture Theatre. The School of Postgraduate Lecture Theatre. And the sub-theme is Sustainable Healthcare and Wellness. Sustainable Healthcare and Wellness. And it's going to be chaired by Professor Clara Agbedia. Professor Clara Agbedia is the Dean of the Faculty of Allied Health Sciences. Thank you.
So now that you know your various locations for the technical session, over to you. The technical session will run from 2 p.m. through to 4 p.m. and then we'll see you again tomorrow for day 2. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This session is for agriculture, food security, and biotechnology. So if your papers are within that category, first and foremost, your slides for presentation, you take it to the technical team upstairs so that they can be beamed on the screen, and we come forward so that we can be within reachable range. Check the e-copy of the book of abstracts, and if you're ready for presentation, under the sub-theme, agriculture, food security, biotechnology, take your slides upstairs, they put them in queue, and then you step forward for presentation. Sorry, this is impromptu, but it's part of the conference activity. You help us score some of the presenters. Please, I chair this session, but I'll need, assistance. It's within our area of special. So, we do the scoring. Therefore, the presentation will take note of their names. It's for each presenter, because awards are also going to. We're looking at 8 presenters in this session. You score 4, I'll score 4. Thank you, sir. Okay. In case I need to do any documentation. No. We have records. Just wait. Of course, ask me to drop my details because I already did registration, but it was not specified. No problem. No problem. Yes. Check, go and check. Okay. From the e-book of abstracts, for this session, we have who is ready for presentation? Indicate your, it's not in the book, right? It's not in the book. Okay. As a general rule, we have 10 minutes for presentation and then 5 minutes for interactions, comments, and questions. So we will advise that you do a bit of your intro, go into the main subject, if you have results and discussions, and then you give us opportunity to make inputs in your presentation. Time is of essence, and Professor Ogbobo, please, we may have to nominate you as our timekeeper for this session. Thank you very much. Each presenter has 15 minutes, and we can start now. You introduce yourself, and then you start.
Okay. Look, because of some of the maybe, so I want to say one or two things. Please, those people in the projector room, can you please open Dr. Alex Orukpe, BIU? Growth and yield response. The second file you opened just now. Sir? Okay. All right, okay. Thank you. No. Growth and yield. Dr. Alex Orukpe. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone present in this session. What I will be presenting on today is growth and yield responses of microgravity exposed Z-maize after chemopriming. My name is Dr. Alex Orukpe from the National Space Agency. So these are my outline. Next slide. Next slide, please. For the purpose of introduction, we're also aware that space research is one of the world area now currently that is in vogue, even the UN and all that. But one of the critical problems, even since 1960, when the space exploration got a high attention, is because the challenges are sustainability of life in space. That have been the major challenges. How will you sustain life in space? And as we all know, immediately there is no plant on this planet Earth. All of us cannot exist unless we provide for those things that are renewable, especially oxygen, water, and food. So one of the major renewable source of energy for sustainability or for sustainable life is plant. And what are those things that we need from plant? It's oxygen, water, and energy nutrients. So in the life support in order to support human in space, for example, in ISS, called International Space Station, about 400 kilometers from the Earth's surface, you have a laboratory there that is being run by 6 countries. Now, in order to sustain life there, please, the next slide. You will see the gadgets that is the gadget used to sustain life currently now in ISS. So you could imagine what the person needs and how to transport these things to space. It's a very difficult one and it costs a very lot of money. Please, the next slide. Next slide, please. Now, this is a life support unit in the proposed Mars living unit. So how we're going to use plants to sustain life over there in Mars. So one of the key challenges in plant growth and development in space is microgravity. That environment, it doesn't have a gravitational force. And it's just free and things moves on their own. And even in the distribution of water and nutrients, it does not have a specific direction. You could see it on Earth. You check the next slide, please. Next slide. You see, this is the way the water moves in space. If you check the down part, the up part is Earth, the down part is space. It doesn't have a uniformity in movement of nutrients and water. But in space, it's haphazard. It doesn't have a straight direction. Next slide, please. So these are the literature that supported some of our work, and some of the work we have also published and all that. This is for the power literature review. So maize, the reason why we choose maize, the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs recommend that all those crops that can grow within 3 days, those are the ones that we'll be using for all this research in order to understand the activities of plants in space. So that is why we choose maize. So the research aims to investigate the effect of prolonged time under microgravity on the growth activities, physiological characteristics of Zea maize, with a view of improving growth responses through chemopriming. So these are the research objectives. The next slide, please. That was the point I was. Please, the next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, on the materials and method, we have the site location. The research was coordinated in Space Earth Environment Research Lab, University of Benin. So in that Space Earth Environment Research Lab, in 2016, 2017, where I was able to get a equipment called Clinostat. Clinostat is an equipment you use to simulate space environment. It looks as if you're in space. Anything that is found within that confines, it's assumed that it's in space. And this equipment, the next slide, please. This equipment you are seeing is 3 in Nigeria currently. So we got one from United Nations Office of Outer Space as well. It's customized for this kind of research. So what we basically do just to brief on the materials and method before I go to the answer we got is that what we just did is to get male seeds, and we have some. We discovered that because of that microgravity effect in space, it's going to create some challenges to plant because the plant is not used to that kind of environment. So for that reason, we thought it was that, okay, let us use some growth stimulator who will enhance some of the activities. So what we did was to soak that, to prime that seed with some growth stimulator, IAA, SMP, and thiourea. So all these things, we soak it for 1 hour. After the soaking of it, we also prepare the agar, where for Petri dishes, about 1.5 gram in 100 ml. So we divide it into 3 Petri dishes. So that was according to the standard of the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs. The next slide. Next slide. Yes, this is just the organogram of the work and everything, the way we conducted the work. The parameter scores, please. Next slide. So we can. So this area, we're looking at germinability and germination characteristics. Because we already observed that microgravity environment will definitely pose some stress, we believe that for a plant to overcome such stress, it means that it could, if it comes out of time or germinate on time, it can photosynthesize and give those renewable this in a parameter we need as human, especially in the area of oxygen. Because in order to, if you check UBTH, you discover that how the cost for somebody to have an oxygen there for 1 day, you will know that what will cost somebody to stay in space for 2 years. You will know what that one means. So that is why United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs brought out this equipment for us to be studying on the possibility of how we can have long space exploration. So we look at the germination and germination characteristics. Next slide. We look at accumulation and redistribution of the total sugar. So we want to look at either the shoot and in the root. What is the level of the sugar? And mind you, when we matter the clinostat, we allow it for 120 hours, no stop, with various revolution per minute, 0.5 and 2.5. So very high and very low. And we were also recommended by United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs that we should use lesser revolution per minute because the speed of many planets are not so that fast, especially Mars. Mars is 1/3 of Earth's gravity. So we're also looking at that. So we also look at the growth morphology. Please, the next slide. So we also look at the growth morphology. We look at the leaves, stem, and roots. So we already know that roots, many activities will happen. So many activities that happen there will bring the product in the shoot system. So we also look at that. Please, the next slide. We also look at productivity and net assimilation indices. So please, the next slide. And another thing is the antioxidant enzymes that will be able to give us some reason. Okay, was this plant undergoing stress when growth stimulator is not used? Was they having stress when it was used? So we want to know whether the growth stimulator, do they really have effect or not? So we were looking at this SOD, catalase, and glutathione, peroxidase, and are productive in stress dependent because their production is stress dependent. The more you have it, the more it shows that, yeah, there's more stress. We also look at the malondialdehyde. we also tested to know if there is any significant damage to cell membrane. The test we carried out according to Campbell. We also look at that. Statistical analysis, data analysis shall be presented according to the result outcome statistics. Package to be used will be SPSS version 21, Graph Prism version 6. So on the results, you could say that was what I was looking for. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes. You could see, if you check that figure 7, just go to figure 7 so that I can quickly just make figure 7, the next one. Okay, if you check figure 7, it tells you germination percentage over 120 hours for seeds under influence of thiourea. So all the major this thing that we use, the growth stimulators, they have their own growth analyze. So we'll go to the next slide, to the table germination indices, table 1. Please, next slide. Yes. On this slide, if you check it properly, you discover that the control, which is just water under gravity, it uses 32 hours to emerge. 32 hours. But if you check the one under gravity, 0.5 RPM revolution per minute, it uses what? 37 hours to emerge. Now, if you check the 2.5 RPM, it uses 34 hours to emerge. Okay, go down, you look at SNP. You discover SNP under 0.5, 500 microgram, you have 15 hours. We're already having emergence of plant at level of what, 15 hours. It means that if we send astronauts from Earth to Mars, for example, that will take them 9 months, because the plan is between 9 months to 13 months. So it means that within the next 15 hours, the plant we want to use to support life would have emerged. So in the next 72 hours, they will start photosynthesizing and be giving out oxygen. So it means that this growth stimulator, if you check the one that is much effective, based on the result we have IAA, indothyryl acetic acid, while we have thiourea. Thiourea, the least time was 18 hours. We have 18 hours if you check the table very well. And some other growth indicators that have shown that, yes, the growth stimulators were able to counter the major stress that was imposed by microgravity environment, because the plant is trying to be suited to a new environment. Please, the next slide. So we have so many other influences, but based on that germination time, you definitely will have corresponding changes in those germination indices. So let's go forward to the growth. Okay, we have the superoxide dismutase. Let me just make a comment here. Table 5, please. Table 5. Table 5, you have a superoxide dismutase. Now, you discover that in the control, you have 93 on the shoot, and the root, you have 91. But in the water, 2.5 RPM, you have 108. And in 2.5 RPM, you have 108. While in the root, you have 112. Okay. That will show to you that, yes, there is significant damage in the cell, but at the end of the day, the plant will be able to, by the time you include the growth stimulator, is able to counter that destruction of the cells. If you also go to catalyst, which is table 6, the same thing. You go to catalyst, the same thing, which tells you that catalyst will show you that, okay, the plants undergo stress. So in that, if you check the stress of the results, you will check that the more the microgravity environment, or the one you subject to microgravity, they all have increase in catalyst. That shows to you that the microgravity environment actually poses stress to plants. So that is why the production of all those growth parameters also shows that, yeah, there was stress. It goes on and on with the glutathione peroxide, the malondialdehydes, the proline, all of them. They all have, even the sugar distribution, because the more the roots were undergoing some work, stress, they were able to produce more sugar and all that. So they all have corresponding corresponding values. Please, the next slide. Please just go to the conclusion. So what we are saying in essence is that the clinostat that we use to simulate a space environment, it has shown that, yes, a microgravity environment actually poses stress to plant. In order to have a life sustainable or a sustainable life in space, we will combine some growth stimulator like IAA, SNP, and thiourea in order to have a long space exploration whereby we send people to space. They can spend 5 years, they can spend many years, in as much as we are able to provide renewable energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rukbe. This is more like a futuristic research. You know, what happens in Mars, the growth and yield responses of ZMAs to microgravity environment. So, comments, questions, responses to his presentation.
Thank you, the presenter.
Thank you, Prof.
I think that is it's an innovative work. Prof, it's not futuristic.
It's
The work
already
is not
happening.
futuristic. Because we are talking about making Nigeria to be a global partner in space technology. And there are basic research that are necessary. I think that in order to provide oxygen in space, the research is designed to address this knowledge gap by using maize. I'm so happy that he did a work. Part of the study, he looked at the endoperoxidase, where he did the antioxidant screening. My question is this: did you do a comparative analysis in terms of choosing maize? You know, was there a feasibility studies that you now arrive and say, okay, maize is preferred for you to use? Because there could be other plants that will produce more oxygen compared to maize. That's number one question. Number two question. I'm also happy that you use one of the state-of-the-art equipment as the clinostat, which is very good. I want you to just throw light on the model of that clinostat, because there are different models now. So in terms of the ability, being able to provide the necessary, mimic the environment. So that is that. But on the whole, the research addresses a national problem, and by extension, international problem. That is because, just like you said, oxygen is very critical for those that want to live in space. But if you also look at trying to use other devices to introduce oxygen apart from plants, which one do you think will be cheaper apart from plants? Plant produces, engages in photosynthesis, oxygen is being released. But you know, in chemistry, for example, we have what called supramolecular oxygen. Oxygen can be generated via chemical reactions. So, is there also a comparative analysis between these in terms of cost effectiveness of the study? Thank you. And to see, as a matter of fact, the reason why I'm asking the question, because your work is very, very critical, very important. As a matter of fact, you can do a kind of optimization studies in this your work to see what are the strategies you can use to optimize the oxygen that is being generated. How will you optimize it so that you have a larger yield? If you were to be in chemistry, for example, I'll tell you what we call heterogeneous catalysis and homogeneous catalysis, where you start with 1 milligram as a starting material, you now have 100 grams of your finished product. Thank you, Dr. Alex Orukwe.
Thank you, Prof. I lost that from that first, you mentioned the first one, before I address this second one. The first one, you talked about I'm trying to picture exactly what. Okay, maize. Now, the maize aspect is that before, when I started the introduction, I said that the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs, before they came up with this equipment, the reason why they even came up with this equipment was that many nations are already cut off from space exploration. Now, in order to beat the cost, I showed a gadget that was on the screen. That gadget is currently the one surviving people in ISS. And currently, if you observe, immediately the war in Ukraine started. When the Americans want to come back, the three of them, Russia were the one, they have the technology they manage in that ISS because it's 6 countries. So Russia refused America because they supported Ukraine for this technology. Now, they would have died if America did not have their own gadget. And that gadget is $1 billion. It's not a chance, but I showed it just now. So that is why they don't have much people now currently in space. So if you have plants, I also showed the living unit of a proposed life. Please, the living unit of a proposed, you could see the chambers of, please, I don't know if you can go to, sorry. Please, you go to page 7. 7? Slide 7, sorry. You can start from 6. Just start from 6. So I will use, okay. You could see this. This Bas Landau's proposal for the mass relocation. Now, because they are going to travel for not less than 9 months on the space along the path before you get to Mars. Now, if you check the living unit, you see the system. You see where there will be a classroom. You see there is where they will be having a lunch, dining room. You see where they will be sleeping. And you even have a library before the farmland. There is a pathway where although they've already calculated everything, that when plants feed up that particular aspect, the oxygen they will be producing will be enough for 4 persons that will be encased in this living unit. This stuff. So that was why the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs now came up that the plants that can grow easily, they are maize. For example, the person that examined me 2 years ago on my PhD from Uniport, the man recommended that beans, that he loved beans. And I said, I also love beans. He said beans should be added. As I speak with you now, we are working on beans now, currently, the research. But we also observe that the one that is subjected to space environment is sweeter. Ant gathers those maize that were exposed to microgravity environment. Ants gather the red ant. We eat up them, we leave the one on earth. So we are still doing more research to find out how come you have ants eating up everything inside that particular maize. But on earth, that is also closed, they will not touch it. So there are more revelations that we're going to do. If I want to even do we only just did this preliminary aspect to understand that, okay, is it really stress? Yes, we observed that. We've gotten it based on the analysis. Okay, the maize is as a result of, yes, it has just a few hours. You could see that 16 hours without any growth stimulator. Within about 21 hours, 23 hours, the maize is already coming out. And what do you need? You need a plant that can photosynthesize as quickly as possible. So that before they start, maybe before they move for about 72 hours, the plant has started photosynthesizing. And don't forget, it's only through photosynthesis that those plants are bringing out oxygen. So that is the target. Why United Nations recommend that we should use the reason we also use maize was that we consume more of maize for possible crop improvement. So on Earth, so we can still be using, even before we travel to space, we could see the possible of using this, say, clean dose exposure to space environment for crop productivity. If you want to do more vegetable growth now currently, the one you expose to space environment give you more vegetable productivity. It gives you more of that than any other one compared to the Earth gravity. So that is the reason, combine the one, because we consume more of maize on Earth, we consume, and also the short time for the maize to grow and start photosynthesizing. That is the short duration for cultivation, and just start giving us the necessary nutrient we need from plants. Thank you very much. Is there any other? I hope I have captured that.
I want to provide scientific explanations for the fact that the ants, the one in space is more sugary compared to that of the...
Yeah, they gather more, they eat up more of that, but we believe that either there's a fragrance that attracts them, and also there's a sugar redistribution because the molecules in space and on Earth are not the same. Yeah. So me, I also have it in mind that there are so many secondary metabolites that are generated in space that cannot be found on Earth.
That's what I wanted to say, that because of what we call chemical ecology difference between the space and Earth. Yeah. So you are going to have different metabolites.
Yes, exactly.
What also happens in space, you are going to see that the hydrolytic enzymes that catalyze the breakdown of polysaccharides into monosaccharides will be more, and therefore they can even break down polysugars
more to sweeter. Yes. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. So that is the basic aspect of all the scientific based on the research. So we are going to beans now. I've started beans. So we'll continue to work on all our crops that we use very well. Please, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Some of us who are not in that field were highly informed. My name is Dr. Philip. And my question is, from this research, can you tell us limitations surrounding this research and the safeguard that you implemented? And also, did you document any level of failure if this research is to be implemented?
Okay, you say the gaps, which is the challenges. I think one of the major challenge is that first, before you can get this kind of equipment, you must have demonstrated some level of research environment. For example, Prof is here now. I think it was during when he was, when it was DVC academies. So if we were able to look at, there was a professor I even asked, I gave the link to get this equipment, but they turned it down. Until when I was now started looking at, we have laboratories around us. You know, we just finished a conference now where we talk about collaboration. Do you know what I used to get this? I slept my office, I have a collaborative office inside Uniben. So I slept that office that very night. I was now reasoning, what is the gaps that they observed that made them to turn down a professor's application? Me, I'm just a BSc holder at that time. So I now discovered that the man did not mention that only clean start alone cannot give this kind of result. The entire work of this work, if you see it, is also going to do, we check the molecular, the DNA, because if I want to present the entire work today, it will be up to 2 hours. We do the molecular level. We went to the molecular work. It's my complete PhD work. I just bring the aspect of this germination and all that to survive space. Now, the major gap you will have is this. When I now mention the other collaborative labs I'm going to use, within 24 hours, I will receive an email that congratulations. You understand? Now, what gap did I now experience later is power. Because many of the people using this equipment, like our headquarters in Abuja and the IFE, they have not been able to use it. They cannot get this kind of work I came up with. No one has been able to do complete work like this. I've done about 4 publications now from this work. And even Madam is here. He also did with rice. He's here. He did a master with me. It's a staff here. So she did a master on rice. So she have a publication on rice on this same level. So now what is the major challenge? Light. So we have a 5 kVA solar, and that was not small money. You understand? So in order to do anything that has to do with this kind of precise experiment or research, one is light. I think that is one of the major challenges. And 2 is that the laboratory, because if you waste time to allow the sample to be acclimatized to earth environment is a big problem. So if you check, immediately the experiment spent 120 hours. I have to drive with AC, that my car must AC immediately to Lahore lab for the DNA analysis. I have to calculate my distance. I have to look for a way I will get to Lahore lab. So this thing hold up will not be this. So one of the challenges is that if we can have, for example, a very functional molecular laboratory analysis within Uniben, functional one, it will be helpful. Or even in my agency, if they can have a life science laboratory that we have all the basic equipments, so you can have all the results. That was just the only challenge, because I was very serious to ensure that my target, my PhD must be done less than 3 years. So because of that, I have to commit all the resources and ensure that I did everything within that range of 2 years and 4 months to get all the results out. It's a huge work, I must tell you the truth. But it was not just that easy. So that is just the major gaps, the major challenges. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause to Dr. Rugbe. The next presenter in queue, next presenter for agriculture, food security, biotechnology. Yes. Your name, please. Your slide is already queued up there. Okay. Step forward. On the e-book of abstracts, what's your number? What's your number on the e-book of abstract?
Okay.
Number 38 as scheduled. No. Okay, what's your name? Okay, let's have the slide. Mr. What's your name?
Bamigbe David Oluwasheo.
Okay, you have 15 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I want to introduce Dr. Philip as our timekeeper. A round of applause for him. I have 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for interaction. The time starts now.
I want to make a presentation on true digestibility of phosphorus by Ross 308 broiler chicken fed dried garbage meal diet supplemented with exogenous phytates. As you all know, phosphorus utilization by poultry beds depends on the form of phosphorus. And most of these phosphorus in plant feedstuffs, they are poorly available to the poultry beds because they are being chelated by phytate. And about 70% of the total phosphorus are presented in form of phytate, which does not make the bears have good access to it. And when they eat this feed without proper digestion, they excrete it into the environment, and this poses risk to the soil and our aquatic environment, and in one way or the other leading to climate change. Knowing that the poultry sector or the livestock sector is a contributor of climate change. And also, the next slide, please. Okay. My study will be carried out to investigate was carried out rather to investigate the true traceability of phosphorus of this was 308 broiler chicken that was fed with dried garbage meal. 30% of total garbage production is being discarded as waste, thereby littering our environment. So the objective of this study is to assess, the objective of this study is to assess the effect of exogenous phytates on good performance and tibia bone ash of the broiler fed dry garbage meal, and also to estimate the apparent phosphorus digestibility and the true phosphorus digestibility and the endogenous phosphorus loss of garbage meal supplemented with phytates, and also to determine the supplementation of garbage meal diet with phytates on the total phosphorus digestibility in broiler. And this study was carried out in the poultry unit of Benson University at Oka. And the test ingredients that I used was dried garbage meal. The fresh leaves residue was collected, was dried, and we crushed it by using our amami before we mixed with the diet. And the way we manage our experimental beds, when we brought the beds, the day-old chicks, a total of 144. We tagged them, we weighed them, and we allotted them into different
Move to your results.
experimental diets. My results. Okay, my results. The analyzed phosphorus, when we carried out, we took the dry garbage meat to a lab, a reputable lab outside Benin. We found out that the phosphorus content in dry garbage meat is at around 6.5, which is higher than the value that was compared to that of NRC 1994. And also, the analyzed dietary phosphorus concentration in my test diet was lower than what we got in our calculated value, as seen on my table. It was also observed that the body weight gain of these broilers that we supplemented their feed with phytates, they had better body weight gain when we compare it to the result of those broilers that was fed with the feed ingredients that was not supplemented with phytates, because we had 6 experimental diets. The first diet 1, diet 2, 3, there was no phytates in it. While diet 4, 5, 6, we had phytates in it. And also, the best that we fed supplemented, that their feed was supplemented with phytates, they had better feed conversion ratio. And in conclusion of my work, we'll conclude that phytates in general should be encouraged to be added to feed ingredients, so that the birds, we have good usage of the phosphorus intake in the feed. Because by adding phytates to the feed, it helps them absorb more phosphorus, which aids their growth and also for better performance. And also, there should be an awareness of to poultry farmers on why on how they should use some of these discarded feed ingredients that is supposed to be as waste, how they could convert this waste to wet, how this waste could be used for animal feed ingredients, and more effort should be put into it so as to improve performance in our poultry farms, and also to reduce dependence on inorganic usage of phosphorus. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Any comments, questions, observations?
You talked about fictics, pollution of the soil by fictics. You talked about fictics or fictics acid. Have you heard of that?
Phytates.
Phytates? Okay, you call it like that. But in soil microbiology, we looked at some of these organic material that in soils that are subject to decomposition by microorganisms, something like bacteria, actinomycete, and fungi. They are capable of decomposing them and releasing them as dihydrogen orthophosphate and monohydrogen orthophosphate. I know you never looked at the microbiological aspect of it. You are looking at it from the feed point of view. But if the soil has a lot of microorganisms, they can't be decomposed. That is what I want to put across. They can't be decomposed. And releasing nutrients for plants. No plant requires phosphorus. Are you aware? Yes. It's one of the essential elements that requires 16. When you talk of primary element, NPK, you talk of NPK. And that's why we came up with fertilizer 15-15-15 that's been misused in Nigeria. By now, we should have done away with 15-15. We should be doing, we should apply fertilizer based on the text, not on blanket application like it's been done now. It's blanket. That is why you have some of your food material, they do not stay long in storage. We are over pumping at the same time, destroying the environment. It's rather unfortunate we've not started. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, the work is not releasing phytates into the environment, sir. The phytates is actually helping the crop, the animal, to be able to release essential minerals into their system. Instead of these animals excreting these essential minerals to the environment, causing eutrophication and environmental pollution, this phytase now helps to release bound nutrients that are supposed to be used by the animals. The phytase now help to release it into the animal system so that they can use it for growth and other maintenance. So the phytic acid is not to be released into the environment, which Prof has already said is biodegradable. But the phytic acid is the one that is hindering these animals from absorbing essential nutrients. So we include phytase in their diet so that they can be able to release essential nutrients for the animals to make use of. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, if that be all, thank you very much. A round of applause for him. The next presenter is on cue. It's your slide already. Your slide. At this point, we have in our midst a distinguished professor. I want to invite Professor Osenwata to step forward and also help us in scoring and assessment, please. Thank you, sir. Please keep clapping. He's our distinguished professor and erudite scholar. Thank you, sir. The slide. What's your name? Is it scheduled on the chart? Yes, sir. Number what?
Number 2. Number 1. Good day, sir. Okay.
Okay, you have 15 minutes for questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good day, sir. My name is Abdulaziz Razak Olayinka, and I'm here to speak on my research work, the effect of different substrates on black soldier fly larvae, Emesia illucens, on growth and the waste utilization, and also implication in broiler chicken performance. It is no news that the rapid increase in organic waste poses threat to human health and biodiversity, in fact, the ecosystem at large. And this waste causes environmental problems such as contamination of the air, water, and the soil, backed by Teng et al. In 2021. And we know that the rising feed cost and the dependence on imported feed ingredients demand sustainable feed alternatives. And also, this draws our attention to the growing interest in the non-conventional feed source, such as the insects, microalgae, and other food waste, sustainability, and resource efficiency of these non-conventional feed ingredients, backed by Dizos et al. In 2019. The black soldier fly larva, as we all know, efficiently bioconverts various of these organic wastes into useful biomass for incorporation into feed ingredients. The black soldier fly larva meal, which is a product from black soldier fly larva, offers a viable substitute for soya bean meal without affecting growth performance, also backed by Onsongo et al. And Pupova et al. 2020. The nutritional value of black soldier fly larva processed into black soldier fly larva meal is rich in crude protein ranging from 32 to 64% and fat 20 to 40%, also backed by Sile et al. 2011. My work is divided into two phases actually, but I'll make it very simple, put it into two phases, like I said. The experimental work of this is carried out at the poultry unit of Benson Idahosa University, Teaching and Research Farm, Benin City, Edo State, here in Nigeria. A total of 20 kg of black soldier fly larva pupa was obtained from a local agripreneur to produce eggs. 4 substrates were used in 3 replicates using the complete randomized design. And with each substrate measuring 7 kg. Now, the larvae were fed for 11 days following the established protocol by Dotzman et al. 2017. Refeeding them on the day 5 and day 8 respectively. The parameters taken was the color and the structure of each waste type were monitored daily. The poultry waste was light gray, the cow waste was dark green, the swine waste had light and dark brown, while the mixture has all of these colors in combination. Here is the life cycle of the black soldier fly larva we are talking about. You can see it's a continuous process that if every farm can actually invest on, there will be a less struggle for protein source in our feed. As we all know, that is a very competing ingredient alongside with soya bean. Okay. On the phase 2, which has to do with the production, the feeding of this black soldier fly larva meal to the broiler chicken, we have 4 treatments. So we have 5 treatments. That's the 5 tests that we run on our chicken, on our chicken. We have the control, and we replicate them in 25% to 100%. We have 120. We are able to purchase 120 day-old raw steroid broiler chicks, and we are able to assign them to 5. We are able to assign them to 3 replicates, amount to a total of 15 and 8 bears in each replicate. The bears were weighed and all routine were followed. The data collected was the body weight gain, the feed intake, and the FCR. Result. The weight of our 5-day-old larva, from 11 grams of eggs that was produced from our pupa, we are able to feed them on 7 kg of waste. And from our results, we see that the poultry waste and the swine waste had a better mean larva weight compared to the cow waste, which has the lowest, to the mixture. The cow waste produced a total of 0.8 to 0.81 kg, which was significantly lower than the production from the mixture, which had 2.83 to 3.16. The growth performance of this black soldier fly larva were subjected to another feeding of 7 kg, and the growth performance shows that the swine waste had a better final weight of 4.6 to 4.7, which were significantly larger than those read on poultry waste and the mixture. While the ECD of the performance from the larva, the cow waste substrate had the lowest assimilation of 14676, while the mixture was significantly lower than the poultry waste compared to the swine waste. The ECD level of all treatments were significantly different from each other, with the mixture having the lowest ECD. In this respect, the higher the ECD is, the better the higher the ECD, the better performance of the larva. Unlike the FCRO, that the lower the FCRO, the better efficiency. Here is the proximate analysis of the black soldier fly larva male. What we note from here is from the proximate analysis, we are able to know that the high ash, which was rich in mineral and also has a moderate protein and low metabolizable energy, suitable as supplements for feed. The proximate composition of the black soldier fly larva meal from the starter phase, and also this is the proximate analysis of the finisher phase, which was known. The chemical composition also shows the trend as calculated in the nutrient. Now, this is the growth performance of the broiler starter chick fed black soldier fly larva meal. From our record, we are able to observe that the treatment theory had the highest final weight gain to the treatment 5, which means that why the treatment 4 and 1 were significantly compared to the control. We are significant compared to the control. On the body weight gain, we were able to note that treatment theory outperformed other substrates in the body weight gain. While on the average daily weight gain, treatment theory also performed better compared to the other substrates. The FCRO from the starter base. Okay. Here is the growth performance from the finisher phase of the larva. It was also noted that the larva from treatment 5 had the lowest FCRO from our results here, which shows that the inclusion of black soldier fly larva in our diet from 25% to 100% shows a better conversion and shows a better conversion. In the recommendation, we are able to recommend that the culturing of black soldier fly larvae in the poultry and the swine waste is recommendable. That's from 25% to 100% inclusion, indicating the potential of black soldier fly larvae meal to enhance body weight and feed conversion ratio, providing a sustainable protein efficiency. In the global market, it is interesting to note that the insect-based feed, such as the black soldier fly larvae, are efficient converter of waste into protein, thereby reducing the bioemission and promoting climate smart production. Thank you. Okay, before I round up, other interesting products from black soldier fly larvae, as we have the frass, the manure, the biogas, the BSF oil, the dead flies, the pupa shell, the egg, the NPK fertilizer, which covers both the dead flies, the frass, and the shells. There are a lot of benefits from black soldier fly larvae. And here are my references. Thank you for listening.
Please, if you have questions, we have to take it one after the other. You take a question?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, presenter. Maybe I wasn't too observant. I'm not sure I saw the scientific name of black soldier fly all through your presentation. Is it anywhere there?
It's there, sir.
Okay, thank you. I think there should be more emphasis on it. And just like the question that was asked in the time of maize and space production of oxygen, how did you zero on black soldier fly among many flies that are capable of producing larvae? Is there any effort to do comparative study in future, black soldier fly and other flies, and let's see how they will compare? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. From research, it is believed that the bioemission of substance to the air is becoming too much, and we need a way we need a way to reduce the feed, the cost of production of feed, and a way to convert our waste in order to curb the issue of bioemission. So, and the black soldier fly larvae are one insect that even the global market is paying attention to effectively convert all of this waste into useful protein for feed inclusion in order to reduce the cost of purchasing ingredient like soya bean, competitive ingredient like soya bean. Why the need for looking towards black soldier fly larvae are just their natural way of life. From researches, we discovered that black soldier fly are good bioconverters of organic waste. So I needed to work more to see which of the wastes we do better for larger larvae in order for us to feed our birds. Thank you, sir.
Any question? Any other? Please. Okay.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Razak, for that nice presentation. I didn't hear, did you do the cost implication? Is it that the black soldier flies was there no cost incurred? So there should be a cost implication. We know that soybeans and fish meal are the major crude protein food ingredients. But we need to know the is it BSL or what? PSF, the production doesn't incur any cost. So there should be a cost implication, one. Then two, I know that this, the BSF, you are raising larvae. And of course, we know that maggot also are also good source of protein. Have you compared other larvae, like of other insects, as I said, because you know didn't eat it. So let's know whether the house fly will be better or is it BSF. Why did you choose BSF in particular?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
To the first question regarding the cost of production, it is totally less in production because it is a cycle that revolves around the farm. It involves you recycling your waste. And what actually involved the initial cost is the procurement of the pooper to start up your production. I think that is the major cost. Getting the pooper, because we cannot be going to the entomologist to provide us with insects, with fly, that we can keep and eventually lay for us to get our eggs to speed up our production. We can equally get our pooper and speed up our production in order to cut our our cost of production. Also, to the second question that has to do with why do we consider black soldier fly larvae? Like I said, I'm from researchers. The black soldier fly larvae are gifts. I term it are gifts to mankind that are yet to harness. The gift to mankind in the sense that they are totally non-harmful and they produce, even to human. There are some parts of South Africa that feed on the product, which is one of the products of black soldier fly larvae, which is the larva itself, that feed on it as their normal routine daily food. Why it is more important? It's because of the other benefits that are attached to this natural fly. Other benefit is the biogas. In India currently, they are working on the biogas generated from the black soldier, from the fly itself. The black soldier fly itself, they are working on it. The biogas generated in order to fuel our motor and also to do other mineral job. There are several benefits of this particular fly. That's why more researchers are working on it in order to reduce the burden on our agricultural sector. This is animal to animal, and we are getting results. Thank you, sir.
Any other question? Huh? Okay.
A word of advice.
Thank you, sir.
When the question was asked, how come maize for production of oxygen in space, the response was that yes, other crops are already considered. It is similar to the question that is coming. I asked that question and it's coming from another scientist here. Yes, black soldier fly may have been promoted. I'm not a zoologist, so I wouldn't be familiar with the environment of the black soldier fly. But the question that has been asked and the advice from the audience is that you have done well with black soldier fly. Don't conclude it there. Don't be carried away by all that has been said and written about black soldier fly. Our own local flies here can as well be tested and see how they will come up. I have watched a documentary on television where larva from housefly was used and the report was good. So we are in a research environment. So don't close the chapter with black soldier fly. Try other flies in subsequent studies and let's see how they will compare. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question? No, it's finished. Then we'll go to the next presenter. Okay. The media. Where's the media? Who's the next presenter? Okay. You are? Okay.
Raphael. Good afternoon, Chairman here present, ladies and gentlemen. Standing on existing protocol, my name is Okuna Rafe, and I'm here to give my presentation on carcass and organ characteristics of Aboika, Roast-to-Eat, and COP 500 broiler chicken. Next slide. Okay, chicken competes with other types of meat. Research has shown that poultry production is economically sustainable, and also they give good nutrients to consumer. No wonder, according to the FAO 2012, states that nearly 1/3 of all meat consumed is chicken. And also, chicken is the second most consumed animal protein in the world. And due to the high demand, various strains or various breeds of poultry chicken have been introduced into Nigeria, some of which include the Aboika, the Ross 308, the Cob 500, the Hubbard, the Anak, and so on and so forth. This introduction of these various strains all started in the early 1950s. In 1957, the then Western government of Nigeria had sought to reduce its reliance from the importation of egg and also for chicken from the British. So they came into a partnership with the state of Israel that they should be able to set up farm settlements in the then Western region. And they did set up those settlements in Iwo, Fashola, and Agege. And the first breed that were introduced to Nigeria were the White Leghorn, the Rhode Island, and also the Rhode Island Red breeds. Subsequent breeds that were introduced were the Longman, were the Issa Brown, and also the Ross breeds that were introduced into Nigeria. And due to the success of this partnership, the spread of commercial poultry production grew into other parts of the country. Next slide. The commercial broiler production have been able to fill the gap for the demand for chicken. And this is because of their high yield, and also they are able to ensure steady supply because of their short production cycle. Unlike our indigenous or local poultry birds, which although they are resistant to diseases and also they are able to adapt to our climatic condition, but still they have what we call low productivity because their level of laying of eggs and the ability to convert feed to meat is very, very low. Hence, the growth or the growth of the poultry or the commercial poultry industry in Nigeria. As poultry production begins to increase or begins to grow in different parts of the country, we've now seen that broiler producers are no longer dependent on the ability of their birds to reach table size in 6 to 8 weeks. We're now seeing that there's a shift. They are now beginning to depend on birds that produce meat or fat at specific points and at specific or desirable points. This is also in support because nowadays we have also seen that we have also seen that consumers now they prefer cut part rather than the whole chicken. And one of the reasons they do that is because of they want to lessen the financial burden of a whole chicken. So instead of getting a whole chicken, they rather get a cut part due to the financial burden. And a research carried out by Ahmad 2012, according to the research, it said that over 70.71% of his respondents stated that they prefer a cut part of the chicken than the whole meat. And next slide, please. And the reason for that, like I said, is because of the desirable portion of meat that the consumer now desire. And what is now carcass characteristics? The carcass characteristics, it just simply means that these are the physical measurable traits of birds that when they are being slaughtered, eviscerated, and also they are being cut into portions. Carcass characteristics includes the carcass weight, the dressing percentage, the breast yield, the fat deposition, the back yield, the wing yield, and so on and so forth. There are several factors that affect all of these carcass characteristics. One of it is the strain selection. Then another factor is also the nutrition and the management. Let me talk a little about the nutrition. No matter how endowed the genetic potential of a bird is, if it's not properly fed, you will discover that the bird will not be able to reach its maximum potential. Next slide. Okay, the objective of this study is to the objective of the study is to determine the carcass characteristics of these 3 strains of broiler chicken. Like I said, the Rosterio 8, the Aboeka, and the Cup 500, and also the cut parts. Which parts of the bed yield more meat than which part yield more meat, and the organ characteristics. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay, this research was carried out at the poultry unit of the Faculty of Agriculture and Agricultural Technology. And before the arrival of birds, all preparatory precautions were had dealt to, such that the poultry house was well ventilated. It was there were proper sanitation and so on. Then 30 strains of each of the bird, Aboeka 30, Rosterio 30, and Cup 500 30, were acquired from a reputable farm, and they were all acclimatized to the same environment so that to reduce the biasness. Next slide, please. The strain were the treatment, and 3 replicates, which is 3 replicates and 10 chicks each, and in a CROD experiment design. And the feed for the starter for the first 4 weeks with starter diet with 2,900 kilocalories with a CP of 21%. While for the finisher diet that were fed from week 5 to week 8 contains 90% CP and a metabolizable energy of 3,200 kilocalories. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. The life weight, dress weight, and dressing percentage, as well as the carcass, we analyzed the carcass cut parts, breast, thigh, we analyzed. Next slide, please. Okay, yeah, these are my results. For my results, we discover, no, go to the first one. Yes, for my results, we discovered that for the different strains, Aboeka, Ross, and Cobb, that the life weights were not significantly different. Then also the dress weights, after the birds have been slaughtered and eviscerated, they were also not significantly different. Then the dressing percentage, which is the percentage of the dressed weight over the life weights, they were also not significantly different. Next slide, please. Yes, then for the cut part, we also saw that there were no significant difference. However, we discovered that the Rosterio 08 had more, in terms of numerical values, had more numerical values than the other strains. For example, if you look at the breast region, if you look at the breast region, you discover that the Rosterio 8 had more flesh in the breast region compared to the other strains. And also, if you look at the thigh region, you also discover that the Rosterio 8 had more fat or more meat accumulation in that region. Next slide. Then, for the organ weights, we discovered that that they were also not significantly different among the 3 strains. And next slide. Yes, the reason why there was no significant difference could be attributed to the fact that most of these strains of bird, they undergo what we call a high genetic operations, in that most of these breeding companies, they are looking for how consumers will be able to get their product. So because of this competition among these companies, they are seeing that they are able to meet the consumers' demand. And also, yes, the strain differs in their expression at different weeks. For example, at week 2, we saw that the accumulation of fat may be different, the accumulation of muscle at the respective points is different. But at week 8, they were all similar. And also, yes, the underlying genetic makeup is similar for the carcass, the organ, and also for the cut part. Next slide. Okay, yes, my conclusion and recommendation, although no significant difference among the 3 strains, but the Rosterio 8 had a slight advantage over other strains. And further studies on the impact of sex and weather condition should be carried out, because this study was carried out during the dry season. Thank you.
Round of applause for him. Okay. Any comments? All right, sir.
Thank you so much for your presentation, young man. Thank you. I noted your presentation, materials and method. You said CROD. I noted it. So I'm not surprised your results are not giving us significant difference. CRB is very weak. It's very weak. Your replications, they randomized complete block design, then you have a good analysis. Some of these results you are saying are not significantly different, now will come out to be different, at least one or two. So check this weakness in your subsequent research.
Noted.
I sympathize with those of you in animal work because you don't normally have enough samples. But this is science. We must do the right thing so that we can have good results. So watch out for that. Thank you.
Noted, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Questions? Okay, if there be none, thank you. A round of applause for him. Please, we want to advise that all subsequent presenters should please stick to time. We just want to have a preview of your introduction, move to your materials and methods, and then delve more on your results and then discussion. Next, please. Where is the slide? Slide in queue.
Dr. Mrs. Ugwoke.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, professors here present.
Your slides, please, first. Okay. Impact of...
No.
Not this one.
Development of solid biofertilizer.
Okay. Development of solid biofertilizers for improving sustainable nutrient utilization, growth, and yield. Okay.
Okay.
You may start now.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, professors here present, lecturers. My name is Dr. Mrs. Uzamaka Ngwoke. I'm here to present a topic, development of solid biofertilizer for improving sustainable nutrient utilization, growth, and yield of Celosia argentea and rice in saline soil. Rice is a staple food. It's one of the world's most important food crop, feeding more than half of the world population. Rice is being consumed in every home in Nigeria. Salinity is a very big problem in the northern part of Nigeria, knowing fully well that they are the highest producers of rice in Nigeria. So the issue of salinity is a very big problem. This was attributed as a result of desert encroachment in that region. Next slide, please. The rationale for this study was to address the challenges posed by salinity in celosia and rice, and to promote environmentally friendly solution through biofertilization to enhance nutrient utilization and improve soil fertility in celosia and rice farm, thus improving overall growth and yield of Celosia argentea and rice in salt-affected soil. Next, please. The materials and method. The project was carried out in Botanic Garden at the Department of Plant Biology and Biotech. Next, please. This was the materials and method. The site was cited and every other needful was done. Next, please. Discussion and the result. The result was grouped into 4 phases. This was the first phase. This first phase was to identify the bacteria of interest. In this, we had to fill 48 bowls of soil. We introduced 500 mils of sodium chloride for 7 days, allowing the soil to be sodic, after which the soil sample was taken to the laboratory for identification of bacteria of interest. The phase 2 was to develop a solid biofertilizer. 7 carrier materials was acquired in the local market, and they include pap residue, rice hull, groundnut shell, banana peel, plantain peel, charcoal, and sorghum. These materials were shredded, taken to the milling, and milled into powdery form. It was later sun-dried and taken to the laboratory for for inoculation. The phase 3 was using the developed biofertilizer to carry out a trial on Celosia argentea, knowing fully well that Celosia argentea is a vegetable that it could do well even in drought. It was able to survive through drought. So we use Celosia argentea, introducing the developed biofertilizer. Next slide, please. At the end of the results, we used 42 biofertilizers for the onset, and we wanted to streamline the number of biofertilizers that will be used for our next trial. So after carrying out this experiment on Celosia, we decided to take the best biofertilizer, the middle one, and the worst one. The essence is the biofertilizer that could not do well for the Celosia could actually do well in another plant, which is rice that we intended to use. Next slide, please. So the 5 biofertilizer that was selected from Celosia was used in the utilization of rice plant. In this case, 66 bags were filled with soil. 500 mils of sodium nitrate was introduced for 1 week, allowing the soil to be sodic, after which 10 grams of biofertilizer was introduced. After introduction of 10 grams of biofertilizer, 10 seeds were sown, and the 66 bags were grouped into 2. The first group received treatment of 100 ppm, the second group 1,000 ppm, and the third group 10,000 ppm. And the control group received nothing. So at the end of this planting, the next slide, please. The results here, these were part of the result, not actually everything. This was the influence, figure 1, the influence of experimental treatment regimen on number of tillers per plant over a 90-day period. It was observed that the number of tillers increased when compared to the control. This was attributed to the kind of biofertilizer that was introduced. At the end of this number of tillers, the height was also checked, and the seeds were also checked to know the number of seeds that we were able to get from a strand of a plant of rice. In each bag, we weighed the number of seed that was actually processed from the bag. The next slide, please. These were some growth morphological assessment of rice plant after harvest. From this table here, we have the soil that was treated with, if you look down, you will see the salinity, the S1, which was for 100 ppm, S2, 1,000 ppm, and 10,000 ppm, as the case may be, and the biofertilizer that was introduced. From these results here, the number of tillers they are statistically significant when compared to the control soil. Likewise, plant height, the sheet length, and also the root branches. Next slide, please. Then table 3 here shows the total bacterial count of the soil sample after the rice harvest. From the onset, when we introduced the microorganisms into the soil for a Celosia plant, after the experiment, we checked to be sure that the microorganism that was introduced, if they are still intact in the soil. This was for the one for rice. At the end of the experiment, we observed that Bacillus aphensi was still very much intact in the soil. Klebsiella was nowhere to be found, and Serratia macerasi was still there in the soil. Next slide, please. We decided to do the figure 2, Dixon Quality Index, due to treatment application. The essence was to indicate that the treatment that had better overall quality and health status compared to the control. We wanted to find out the quality of the crop, and it was observed that the S3 value, that's the soil that was treated with 1,000 ppm, and SOB, the soil that was treated with just biofertilizer alone, had a range of 2.39 to 4.0, while the control soil had 1.47, indicating that this treatment had a better overall quality and health status compared to the control. This suggests that biofertilizer application in this treatment may have enhanced the plant's ability to cope with stress and improve its growth and development. Next slide, please. The mean ranking of vegetative and yield performance of rice plants in sodic salinized soil after amendment with biofertilizer. The results showed here that plantain and bacillus had the better vegetative yield and yield performance. In the vegetative yield, they came out first, and for the yield performance also, they came out first. Next slide, please. The finding shows that the 5 bacteria were obtained from the rhizospheric soil, and the bacteria, one of them was identified by one of our professors, Professor Mrs. Nabulele, which is Escherichia coli strain. Then the DQI value for S3A and SOB 2.39 to 4.01 were higher than that of the control, which is 1.47. Next slide, please. The results show that biofertilizers significantly improve plant height, number of tillers, leaf area, grain yield, panicle per plant, grain per panicle compared to the control. Biofertilizer 2, which is plantain and bacillus, were found to be most effective treatment, with a mean ranking of 4.8 plus and minus 0.2 for vegetative performance and 4.9 plus and minus 0.2 for yield performance. Next slide, please. The contribution to knowledge. The combination of Bacillus saphensis and plantain-based biofertilizer were highly effective in enhancing the growth and yield of rice plant in sodic salinized soil. In this present study, the biofertilizer combination with microbial strain Serratia plus banana and Bacillus plus plantain remain viable for a period of 12 weeks, which has not been documented in any literature. The study has been able to add to the existing knowledge of the use of solid biofertilizer, microorganism plus carrier, specifically in rice growth and yield in salinity imparted field. This finding shows a significant implication for the development of sustainable and effective strategies for improving crop yield in challenging soil conditions. Next, please. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for that presentation. Yes, question.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
What are the criteria you used to know that the soil is saline or sodic? When we say an alkalic soil, it means it's different from saline soil. You said sodic soil is different from saline soil. And there are certain criteria you use knowing them. You told me you added. Are they really saline? Or are they saline or alkali in nature? When we say salt-affected soils, I'm looking at it from the soil chemistry point of view.
Okay.
You said is a salt, we call it soil-affected soils. And there are two distinct types. Okay. We have what we call saline and what we call sodic, or what we call alkali. Have you heard about that?
Yes.
All right. You said you just added. And the amount of soil you add, do you know the amount of soil you add? Yeah. Or the weight in terms of hectare?
Yeah, we've just
weighed
it.
The weight of a hectare pure slice when you are doing an experiment of this nature? You need to call. No, yes, I won't tell you to answer it. Okay. Do you know where we say an hectare pure slice of soil and the weight? An experiment of this nature, you must be specific as the weight of the soil you use, so that if it is to be repeated elsewhere, that way will be used. If there is variation in weight and volume, then your result will be different. That's what I wanted to know. Just let me know.
I use 50 kg.
50 kg?
Yes, sir.
You just use ordinary 50 kg?
Weight of the...
let me give you two. The weight of an hectare pure slide of soil is 2 times 10 to the power 6 kilograms.
Okay.
So when you are doing your experiment, you are using experiment, you must take this into consideration.
Understand, sir.
And at times you can express your result in kilogram per hectare, like you do in yield. We were talking about yield just now. How do you express your yield? So that if somebody does it elsewhere, it could be UK, Australia, will know the way to use. And having done that, there are certain criteria you use. We talk in terms of electrical conductivity.
Yes.
Which is less than 4 millimole per cm at 25 degrees centigrade.
Yes, sir.
We talk of your pH.
Yes,
which is greater than 8.5.
Yes, sir.
We talk of your ESP, exchangeable sodium percentage, which is 15%. Could be more than I'm telling you, so that in an experiment you send it out for publications. These are the criteria they will use to know whether the soil you use is saline or alkaline.
Not. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. And I hope all that is noted. Yes, another comment.
Thank you, madam, for your presentation. And pardon my ignorance in this case. You use some bacteria. After all the treatment, you gave us results on a residual effect. I hope I'm correct. It's only one of them that did not manifest at the end of the experiment. For two others, there was some residual effect, some of those materials still in the soil. From the perspective of the environment, you can educate me. Is it desirable that some of those microorganisms should remain in the soil? If it's desirable, why and how? If it's undesirable, how can we manage the situation? Thank you.
Okay, sir.
All right, sir.
During the experiment, we actually identified 5 bacteria from saline soil. Sir, Prof, pardon me for using it. From the saline soil, 5 bacteria. These 5 bacteria, we decided to pick 3 prominent ones that was consistent in all the experiments. Those 3, Bacillus, Escherichia, and Escherichia coli, and the other. Those 3 were what we now used for rice. When we introduced it in the soil for rice, at the end of the experiment, we decided to find out if they were still remaining in the soil. And we observed that 2 of them were still prominent in the soil. So I asked my prof, what could have been the cause? Why this other one is not seen in the soil? So I was told that the type of biofertilizer we used and the type of treatment that was introduced in that particular group could have hindered their growth. It's undesirable that it should. It's desirable that it should remain. Sorry, sir. Thank you, sir.
The ecological importance.
Sorry, sir.
Then I have a question.
Okay, Prof.
This your work is all about rice, Rhiza sativa, and
Celosia.
Celosia argentea. What's the common name of Celosia argentea?
The local name is Shoko.
That's local name.
Yes.
You should have a
English
common
name
name.
is.
For you to have a botanical name, you should have a common name.
Yes, there's
It
a
should
common
appear
name.
in your topic. That's my point.
Yes, I didn't put it in this slide. It has a common name, but I didn't put it.
For the fact you could say rice in brackets or Rhiza sativa, then the common name of Celosia should
Okay.
or you expunge that of Rhiza sativa.
I'll do that, sir.
For consistency. Any other question? In the absence of any other question or comment, a round of applause for her.
Thank you, sir.
At this point, I know there are some people who have a poster presentation. Where are those for poster presentation? I'll step aside and assess your poster. Who is the next presenter? Dr. Odaro Stanley Imade is my name. I'm here to present an article titled Occurrence of Enterotoxigenic Staphylococcus aureus in ready-to-eat vegetable salads sold in restaurants at Okada, Edo State, Nigeria. Introduction. Ready-to-eat, okay. I've spoken on that just now. Should I repeat it? All right, okay. You said? Yes, it's on the book of abstracts. I can't remember the number now, but it's there. Yes. Okay. As I initially said, I'm presenting an article titled Occurrence of Enterotoxigenic Staphylococcus aureus in ready-to-eat vegetable salads sold in restaurants at Okada, Edo State, Nigeria. Ready-to-eat foods are foods that are prepared for immediate consumption without needing heat processing. Therefore, they are highly susceptible to spoilage. The vegetable salad is a typical example of a ready-to-eat food. Ready-to-eat foods are often prepared and served under unsanitary conditions, thereby exposing these foods to environmental contaminants. Ready-to-eat vegetable salads prepared under unsanitary conditions can carry a coagulase positive staphylococcus, such as Staphylococcus aureus, that has the ability to produce heat-stable enterotoxins that can cause staphylococcal food poisoning. Classical types of heat-stable enterotoxins that have been detected in ready-to-eat vegetable salads around the world include staphylococcal enterotoxin A to staphylococcal enterotoxin E. The next slide, please. That's on my methodology. A total of 45 ready-to-eat salad samples were collected from 3 restaurants at Okada town in 5 visitations. Identification of Staphylococcus aureus from these salad samples was done using standard phenotypic techniques and 16S ribosomal RNA gene sequencing. Staphylococcus aureus that have the ability to encode enterotoxins were detected using polymerase chain reaction and sequencing of staphylococcal enterotoxin A and B genes. Results on the table there. Go to my results. Results. Of the 30 presumptive Staphylococcus aureus that were collected from restaurant 1, 25 of such presumptive isolates was identified to be Staphylococcus aureus. From restaurant 2, 30 presumptive isolates were also collected and all were found to be Staphylococcus aureus. While in restaurant 3, 23 out of the 30 presumptive isolates were found to be Staphylococcus aureus. Table 2, can you go to table 2? Table 2 is showing accession numbers of 16S ribosomal RNA genes in some of the isolated bacterial strains. While plate 1, the next slide please. While plate 1 is showing a gel micrograph of some of these amplified 16S RNA genes in the isolated bacterial strains. Mean presumptive Staphylococcus aureus counts from all 3 restaurants was estimated at over 300 coliform forming units per gram of the salad samples, while confirmed Staphylococcus aureus count was estimated to be over 200 colony forming units per gram of the salad. And then counts of Staphylococcus aureus that were found to encode enterotoxins was found to be over 100 colony forming units per gram. Table 4, the next slide. Table 4 is also showing accession numbers of some of the enterotoxin encoding Staphylococcus aureus that were obtained from this study. The next slide, plate 2. The next slide is just showing a gel micrograph of amplified staphylococcal enterotoxin A genes in the isolated Staphylococcus aureus strains. While plate 3 is showing the enterotoxin B genes in those isolates. Move to your major findings. Discussion now, which is the findings now. This study observed the presence of Staphylococcus aureus in all the ready-to-eat salads that were examined. At the time of sampling, the bacterial count in all of these salad samples were within the borderline safety limits set by the Health Production Agency, London, which indicated that all of these ready-to-eat salad samples were considered acceptable for human consumption. According to microbiological standards set by the Health Protection Agency, London, ready-to-eat foods with Staphylococcus aureus counts that are greater than 400 coliform forming units per gram are regarded to not be safe. They are unsafe, and they recommend that such kind of foods should be discarded promptly. Other studies around the world have also reported different rates of Staphylococcus aureus count in ready-to-eat salads. The presence of Staphylococcus aureus in the ready-to-eat salads that were examined in this study reflect issues relating to inadequate sanitation and mishandling during preparation by these restaurants. The findings of this study suggest that consumers in Okada and surrounding areas should exercise caution when consuming ready-to-eat salads prepared by these local restaurants. This is because of the fact that the borderline microbial status that were observed in this study could make the food, ready-to-eat food, to become prone to producing copious amounts of these Staphylococcus aureus, particularly when these ready-to-eat foods are not consumed on time or when they are improperly preserved. Conclusion. This study emphasizes the high rate of contamination by Staphylococcus aureus found in ready-to-eat vegetable salads offered in restaurants located in Okada, Edo State. It is recommended that restaurant owners should ensure proper decontamination of vegetable ingredients and utensils prior to preparing ready-to-eat salads. Thank you.
Round of applause for him. Well, I have an observation in your presentation. When you use colors like red in text, it's for emphasis, and I didn't see any need for those emphasis in your presentation. Were you the one that prepared these slides?
No.
They are yours.
Yes, I gave it out.
Exactly. So it's not a matter of style. When, in-line text are highlighted or put in caps, it means it's for emphasis, or they are giving different colors. And standard presentation must avoid such.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comments?
Don't you think the development of the Staphylococcus species is born out of lack of preservation? Because they don't even preserve. They just expose them there.
I think that is what is happening with the restaurants. I think that is what is happening with these ready-to-eat salads prepared in the restaurants, because they make these salads and they are not eating. They don't sell it immediately, and their preservation is really very poor. So that can predispose those salads to causing a lot of problems.
Any other comment or question? Yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Please, is a question I have. You talk of a 5 visits. I just wanted to know what was the interval of these 5 visits.
It was a weekly visit.
Weekly visit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, if there be none other question or comment, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Next presenter, please. Sorry. Is the slide ready?
Dr. Mrs. Ngoke, Anne Ngoke.
Okay. It's on the book of abstract, right?
Yes, sir.
Impact of biofertilizers and SSP on agronomic traits of. Okay, the time starts now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, professors, and my fellow colleagues and students. My presentation, I'm Dr. Anne Ngoke. My presentation is on the impact of biofertilizer and SSP, single superphosphate, on agronomic traits of Vignia unguiculata under controlled conditions. Vignia unguiculata is a normal cowpea. So if you're a farmer and you use chemical fertilizers consistently, over time you're going to notice that there's going to be a reduction in the yield of your crops. And this is because, well, there's so many reasons, but the major reason is that phosphorus, which is highly needed by the plants, and is also a major component of chemical fertilizers, always becomes fixed in the soil or locked up in the soil. It doesn't get to the plants. And when this happens, farmers will keep adding. They think that they should increase the quantity of chemical fertilizers. But then, as they keep, excessive application leads to increase in fixation. And so the long-term effect is the gradual loss of phosphorus from these soils into underground waters, leading to contamination. So it's been found that there are some microorganisms in the rhizosphere of certain plants that can solubilize these fixed forms of phosphorus and make them available to the plants. And so the main aim of the study was to isolate these phosphate solubilizing bacteria, use them in the production of biofertilizer, and then test their impacts together with single superphosphate as my phosphate source, and test the impact on the growth and yield of Vignia unguiculata as my test crop. Vigna unguiculata is a normal cowpea methodology. And so I isolated phosphate solubilizing bacteria from the rhizosphere of 10 different plants from the University of Benin Faculty of Agriculture Research Farm. And then I took it to the lab, did my serial dilution, plated out on Picoscaia agar medium or PVK agar, and colonies that had a halo zone around it, just as you can see on the picture there, were assumed to be phosphate solubilizers. And so they were selected, subcultured, and stored on slants for further phosphate solubilization activity. And the first assessment was the qualitative estimation of phosphate solubilization index. Organisms that showed a high, what we basically did was to measure the colony diameter and the halozone diameter, and we divided by the colony diameter. So organisms that showed a high PSI were further selected and subjected to the phosphate solubilization efficiency. The phosphate solubilization efficiency is basically to measure the soluble phosphates released by these organisms in Picoscaia agar broth, and then together with the drop in pH, and organisms that gave us a very high PSI were further subjected to the indole acetic acid production efficiency, because it's well documented that phosphate solubilizers are also good plant promoters. And so the aim of the indole acetic acid production efficiency was to understand, to quantify, and to measure the different mechanisms by which these organisms solubilize phosphate. Next slide, please. After that, I molecularly identified the phosphate solubilizers down to their species level. And then I went back to the lab to produce my biofertilizers using the PSEs that had high indole acetic acid production efficiency and that gave me a high PSE. The biofertilizer basically was done by fermentation. I used a method by Omar et al. The next slide. 2022. And then I used powdered charcoal as my carrier material. The ratio was 2:1. And after that, I now went to the screen house to assess the impact of the biofertilizer and single superphosphate on my cowpea. In the screen house, the pots were arranged in a randomized complete block design with 25 treatments and 3 replications. The 25 treatments comprising of 4 PSB isolates, 2 inorganic fertilizer application rates, 3 cowpea varieties, and a control. Data was collected for the growth parameters on plant height, number of leaves, number of branches, stem girth, and leaf area. Then after fruiting, data was collected for the yield parameters on number of seeds per pod, number of pods per plant, and number of nodules per plant. Results. The next slide. For the growth parameters, the treatment combination that stood up was treatment C2, B2, I1. It gave the highest for plant height. It gave the highest for number of branches per plant, and it also gave the highest for leaf area. It came second for stem girth and number of leaves. Interestingly, treatment C3, I'm sorry, I can't see that far. Interestingly, treatment C3, C2, B2, I1 gave us the highest for number of leaves. It was treatment C3, B3, and I2. C1, B3, and I1. That was the treatment combination that gave us the highest for leaf development. And so the summary from this table, the summary is that cowpea variety C2 is a standout contender. It was better than all the other varieties, especially when in combination with certain biofertilizer and inorganic fertilizer rates. Then for the yield parameters, the next slide. For the yield parameters, the standout performer was also treatment C2, B2, I1. It gave us the highest in the number of pods per plant. It gave the highest in the number of seeds per pod. And it also gave the highest in the number of nodules per plant. And so the summary is that, interestingly again, treatment C3B3I1 gave us the highest for pod fresh weight, and treatment C1B1I2 gave us the highest for pods dry weight. This underscores the importance of tailored agronomic input. With the right chemical combination of cowpea variety, biofertilizer, and inorganic phosphate, farmers can confidently boost the production of biofertilizers. The next slide. Next. My table here shows the comprehensive analysis of available phosphorus in the soil from pre-harvest to post-harvest. And the objective was to see how the different treatment combinations will affect available phosphorus in the soil over the crop cycle. So from the table, my findings, you can see that there was a reduction in available phosphorus from pre-sowing to post-harvest. And these decreases were statistically significant. You look at the control, you see that, yes, there was a reduction, but then it was not statistically significant. This also underscores the importance of phosphorus management for crop fertility and high yield. Discussion. The result of this study reveals a significant interaction between cowpea varieties, biofertilizer isolates, and inorganic fertilizer rates in influencing vegetative growth and yield performance. Among all treatments, treatment combination C2B1I1, cowpea variety 2, with biofertilizer isolate 2 and low inorganic fertilizer rates consistently outperformed others across both growth and yield parameters. There was a consistent and statistically significant reduction in available phosphorus across all fertilized treatments. This trend underscores the active uptake and utilization of phosphorus by the crop, particularly in plots treated with combinations of biofertilizer and inorganic fertilizer. Next slide. Conclusion. Treatment combination C2B2I1 is the most effective treatment for optimizing the growth and yield of Vignia unguiculata. PSB biofertilizer isolate 2 significantly enhances vegetative traits and supports reproductive development. Low inorganic fertilizer rate 1 is sufficient when combined with the right biofertilizer, reducing input costs and environmental impact. Cowpea variety C2 is highly responsive to integrated nutrient management and should be prioritized in future cultivation strategies. Next slide. Recommendations. Farmers should adopt cowpea variety C2 with biofertilizer isolate 2 and low inorganic fertilizer rate for optimal performance. This study was conducted under controlled conditions. Further research is needed to evaluate the effectiveness of PSB under field conditions. Future studies should explore the residual effects of these treatments and assess the long-term implications for soil fertility and crop yield sustainability. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you.
A round of applause for her. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. I've not seen you before. This is a perfect and excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I was just asking whether she knew you. He said, if you are in academy, you move fast. Academics, I believe you will be able to get a lot of papers out every year.
Thank you, sir.
And if you are bright in academics, you become a professor so fast. You don't lose any promotion. From your presentation, it's an ideal thing.
Thank you, sir.
You were talking of rock phosphate. You talked about what The phosphate you talk. Is it in solubilization?
Yes, sir.
You're talking of the rock phosphate. We call it rock phosphate in soil chemistry, soil fertility. Is calcium triphosphate. Those are the ones you are talking about. The microorganisms can decompose them. You may not know. You were talking of SSP. There's SSP, there's DSP, double superphosphate and single superphosphate. It is the percentage of P2O5 that differ. Single superphosphate has 18% P2O5, while double has 48% P2O5. I'm in that zone. So you were looking at, it's a very good work you've done. Probably we'll still use part of your work. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
That's coming from a professor of soil science. So we can always get some collaboration from our sister departments and disciplines. Any other question or comment? If there be none, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
How many presenters do we have? How many? Okay, let's do this quickly. Sorry, sir. Yes. It's okay. Where is the abstract? Is it listed in the abstract?
It should be, yes.
Is it listed in the book of abstract?
Yes, sir. Dio. Can I begin?
Just multi-drug. BIU. That's all. BIU.
Is from Cameroon?
Sir?
Are you from Cameroon?
No, sir.
Multi-drug resistance, gram-negative bacteria associated with RT, ready-to-eat vegetable. Associated with ready-to-eat vegetable. Tomorrow, okay. You have the floor.
Standing on existing protocols, my name is Princess Tamara Dio, and I'm here to present the research paper on multi-drug resistant gram-negative bacteria associated with ready-to-eat vegetables in Benin City, Nigeria. Ready-to-eat vegetables, particularly salads. Next slide, please. Introduction.
Next
slide. Ready-to-eat vegetables, particularly salads, including raw cabbage, carrots, and cucumbers, are a very popular food choice among urban populations in Nigeria. And these vegetables, when they are consumed raw, they retain their fiber content and their nutrients, but they bypass the microbial decontamination step that cooking provides. In Nigeria, these vegetables are sold by street vendors with limited access to potable water, refrigeration, or sanitary facilities. The World Health Organization estimates that unsafe food causes approximately 600 million cases of foodborne illnesses annually, resulting in 420 deaths, with about a quarter of this occurring in Africa. Next slide, please. Gram-negative bacteria are especially significant because
aims and objectives.
Sorry.
Move to your aims and objectives and then.
The aim of this study was to determine the prevalence of multi-drug resistant gram-negative bacteria isolates associated with ready-to-eat vegetables obtained from unregulated food vendors in Benin City. Our objectives were to obtain the total bacterial coliform and E. coli counts, to identify gram-negative bacterial species from the samples, and to assess the antibiotic susceptibility profiles of selected bacterial isolates, also confirming their identity using rRNA sequence analysis. Methodology. We collected samples from junction to junction in Benin City, including Ajib, Adesua, and Ring Road Market, Akpakpava Market, along the Warri Supply Road. We collected 30 ready-to-eat samples and 5 water samples.
Results.
what we found out was that total bacterial count was high in the samples, 152, and as low as just 1 per plate. We also found out that total coliform counts were as high as 192 and as low as 4 on a plate, and total E. coli counts as high as 38 and as low as 5, although low compared to the others. Next slide, please. Percentage distribution of isolates. Our highest isolate here is Citrobacter species with 12, and Klebsiella 7, Providentia 1, Proteus 8, Enterobacter species 4, Escherichia coli 3, Alcaligens 1, Serratia 1, Pseudomonas 1, with a number of 38 isolates. Biochemical tests resulting from water samples in our effort, next slide please. In our effort to tie if water samples is part of the contamination to the salads, we found out that these water samples had Citrobacter, Klebsiella, Proteus, and Providentia species. Confirmation of selected isolates was done using cysteine RNA sequence analysis, and we confirmed the identity of Klebsiella spallanzani, Citrobacter frundi, and Proteus mirabilis in our samples. Antibiotic susceptibility profile of the isolates. The isolates were mostly susceptible to gentamicin, and the highest resistance occurred in cefotaxime. Ceftazidime saw 23% susceptible, 50% resistance. Meropenem 40% susceptible, 43% resistant. Etapenem 10% susceptible, 80% intermediate, which is the highest in the study, and 10% resistant. For the confirmed organisms, Klebsiella was resistant to all antibiotics used in the study except meropenem. Citrobacter frundi was resistant to 100% of the antibiotics used in the study, the same as Proteus mirabilis. Conclusion. This study demonstrated a high prevalence of multi-drug resistant gram-negative bacteria in red seed vegetable salads sold in Benin City, and the presence of this multi-drug resistant bacteria increases the risk of infections and is very concerning for public health. The detection of these organisms coupled with their multi-drug resistance profiles underscores the urgent need for improved food safety practices and stricter regulatory oversight of informal food vending in Nigeria. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for her. So, in simple language, what is the health implication of your work?
Okay. A colleague of mine worked on a similar topic, but on diarrheic stools, and we found out that although people are going to the hospitals for diarrhea and all that, where are they actually getting infected from? So looking towards salads, finding these multi-drug resistant organisms isolated from salads suggests that we are eating these salads and we might be getting infected from them. So my work informs the public that this could be the source of the diseases that the hospitals are complaining of.
A round of applause for her, please. Any questions? Okay, a round of applause for her. And we take the next and last speaker for today. The last presenter for today.
Please, Desmond, the woman here. All right. Good evening, Chair, Professor, and colleagues and friends. I'm presenting a seminar titled The Influence of Rubber Effluent and NPK Application on some post-harvest soil chemical properties in a newly established rubber plantation cropped with snake tomato in Iyanomo. These are the authors. Next slide, please. This is the outline of the presentation. Next slide. The introduction. As we know, rubber is the world's #1 source for natural rubber. And it is commercially grown in plantations mainly because of the white exudates, commonly referred to as white gold. It is latex There are about 20 species that are known to produce latex, but of these, 12 belongs to the heavier genus, and only heavier brasilensis is economically exploited, as observed by Asokan et al. 2000. Trichosantis cucumerina, that is the snake tomato, is an orphan crop and is underutilized and gradually going extinct. Its importance is increasing globally as an alternative to the regular tomato and grows well on highly drained, fertile soil. As we all know, the soil is the most important natural source because on it, the entire vegetation is dependent on it, and by extension, man. Man will have to eat, and what man eats comes from the soil. Man directly depends on vegetation for food, hence it's necessary to preserve the topsoil and improve its organic matter content in order to increase its nutrient-providing abilities. Next slide, please. The soils of the southern part of Nigeria, with few exceptions, are characterized to have sub-optional nutrient status. Yes, they have nutrients, but those nutrients cannot sustain crop growth. Inorganic fertilizer application has been a major source of amendment, but with several limitations, hence the need for an alternative. Rubber factory effluent is a byproduct from rubber processing factories. It contains substantial amount of plant nutrients, particularly N, P, and K. Its use as soil nutrient amendment will help ameliorate the problem of effluent disposal, which is a major concern to rubber factory owners and pollution. Next slide, please. The justification of this study. The global interest is geared towards agriculture. Rubber is one of the major cash crops of interest. Hence, its cultivation and production must be encouraged. Sustainable agriculture is centered on the ability of the soil to support crop production. Next slide. The cost of inorganic fertilizer and its attendant effect has been a source of concern. Hence, the need for an alternative. You all know that inorganic fertilizer has been a major issue with issues of residual effect on the plant that is consumed by man. The disposal of rubber processing effluent has been a major challenge to factory owners, and it also has heightened the cost of rubber production in Nigeria. Its use will ameliorate all these challenges. Objective of this study, the main objective of the study is to determine the influence of rubber processing effluent and NPK on some post-harvest soil chemical properties under budded rubber intercropped with snake tomato. This is a summary of the materials. The snake tomato will be raised in the nursery, and the budded stem was raised in the nursery, and from the nursery it was transferred to the field. And from the field, data were collected and analyzed and studied, and characters in the field were also studied. Next slide, please. The experimental side, the experiment was conducted in 2018 and 2019 cropping season at Rubber Research Institute of Nigeria, Iyanomo near Benin City, Edo State, in the rainforest region of southern Nigeria. The scope of study, the experiment comprises 2 experiments carried out in 2018 and 2019 cropping season. The first experiment was the first year, and the second experiment was the second year. The experimental design was sow rubber, sow snake tomato, and their intercrop combinations with NPK and rubber effluent arranged in a randomized complete block design, and it was replicated 3 times. Next slide, please. These are the materials and their sources. The rubber budded stem was gotten from the nursery. The snake tomato from Federal University of Nigeria, Abeokuta. The rubber effluent was from Odia Rubber Factory. As a matter of fact, we actually tested rubber effluent from 3 factories, Odia, Okomo, and Michelin. It was all discovered that the effluent from the different factories were all different in their organic and their nutrient content, but we choose Odia because of proximity. All right, this is the field trial. The field preparation was done using those methods. Transplanting was done For rubber, it was 3 meter by 7 meter, and for snake tomato, it was 0.5 meter by 0.5 meter, giving a total of 10,000 snake tomato stand per hectare and 476 rubber stand per hectare. The total plot size was 26 by 60 meter. Next slide, please. The analysis. The pre- and post-cropping soil analysis was done using the standard analytical method. Effluent use was analyzed using the AOAC standard for analysis. Then data generated from the experiment was subjected to analysis of variance using GenStar's 12th edition. The means were separated using least significant difference.
Results.
All right, result, please. All right, this is the results of the soil prior to planting, prior to cropping. The pH level was acidic.
Next.
All right, this is table 1, showing this is table 2, the chemical. Please, table 2. Table 2 shows the chemical composition of rubber effluent. As you can see, it contains substantial amount of nutrient. But point to note here is that the chemical oxygen demand and the biochemical oxygen demand of the rubber effluent were at safe level for the microbes. Table 3 shows the post-harvest soil chemical properties following cropping of snake tomato treated with NPK and rubber effluent in newly established rubber plantation. The organic, please return back to the other one. Table 3. The organic carbon in the first year did not show significant. It was not significant. But in the second year, the highest was in plot treated with NPK, while the lowest organic carbon was observed in the control. Please go back. It's the same table. Please just go back. All right. Then the total nitrogen, the highest was also observed in all the treatment that was looked at. The highest was observed in NPK, but it was closely followed. The NPK that was applied was actually 60 kg per hectare, because that's the standard for young rubber. So we took rubber effluent at 50 kg N and 70 kg N. 50 kg N, 60 kg N, and 70 kg N. But it was observed all through the experiment that closely following NPK was plots that were the ROE3 ROS plot. That is 70 kg N rubber effluent that was treated with rubber effluent. Next slide, please. Go on. Conclusion. The study of the soil analysis after the harvest of snake tomato showed that the soils benefited from the amendment with fertilizer, that is NPK and rubber effluent. Based on this finding from this study, we recommend that intercropping snake tomato with rubber should be encouraged. Reason being that snake tomato is an orphan crop and rubber is a cash crop that is already known. And so intercropping snake tomato with rubber will help popularize the knowledge of snake tomato. The intercropping with rubber should be supplemented with fertilizer application. The use of rubber processing effluent as soil nutrient amendment should be encouraged as it improves the soil. Then to improve the fertility of the soil and promote higher growth of rubber and yield of snake tomato.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening.
In your NPK, you do indicate the type, whether 1515, 12, 17, 2. You just said NPK?
No, in the main work, sir.
Indicated.
It's there.
Nowadays, we are not even talking of organic matter. A factor we use to multiply. It was assumed that 58% of organic material is organic carbon.
Yes, sir.
When you divide 100 by 58, you get 1.7.
724. Yes.
Discard organic matter because there's a controversy over that factor.
Yes.
I'll be using organic carbon.
Thank you, sir. And hold on to organic carbon. Thank you very much,
Organic carbon is significant.
Okay.
Organic matter.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions? Comments? A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. And at this point, I want to thank all presenters. And the conference continues tomorrow. We are doing a thorough assessment of all presentations, and there are going to be prizes to be awarded tomorrow before the end of the conference. We also know that those who have posters for presentation, those who are having oral presentation, and those on exhibition, all the categories of participants in this conference will be taken care of by setting awards and prizes that have been set aside by some of the sponsors of this conference. It wouldn't be nice if you're one of the recipients and you're called and you're not around to receive it. So even as we are done with today's presentations, I want to implore you to be here tomorrow. We will start at exactly 9 a.m. The presentations are scheduled. If the people are not here, whoever is ready and your slides are in queue, we will take your presentations. Thank you, and God bless you. A round of applause for me now.